but a wave of Ranma's hand calmed them down. Kojiro looked at his Pokemon trainer counterpart and saw that he didn't even flinch at the sight of his feline shape. He then shifted to his hybrid form, which elicited a whistle from Ranma. Cool. The cat fist fighter nodded as he said, "This is my hybrid form. I get most of the power of the tiger, but still retain all the advantages of a human form. Of course, I still have a lot of the tiger's power even as a human." With these words, Kojiro shifted back to normal and sat back down. That was neat. And you can control the Nekoken as well as transforming? That's right. Oh, I am curious as to why you didn't freak out at the sight of me. I thought the Nekoken caused anyone who survived the training to be scared to death of cats. Ranma nodded. Before I came to Juzenkyo, I was scared of cats. But thanks to a gym leader named Sabrina, I managed to overcome my fear. Sabrina happens to be a very strong telepath and she used her psychic powers to erase my mental trauma. I see. Kojiro nodded. Ranma shrugged. In any case, since I'm on a Pokemon journey, it wouldn't do for me to keep on being afraid. Eventually, I'm going to encounter another Meowth or Persian. Meowth? Persian? What are those? Ranma inquired. Ranma took out his Pokédex and brought up the entries for those Pokemon. *MEOWDH, a cat Pokemon. It has razor-sharp claws and its slash attacks are very strong. It is very agile and tends to have a playful behavior. Ranma shuddered a bit as he remembered his last encounter with Team Rocket's talking Meowth and then that Persian by that other group. The Pokédex then switched to the other entry. Persian. The Panther Pokemon. The evolved form of MEOWDH. Its claws can slice through even concrete and its agility makes it very effective in close-quarter battles. Interesting. Ranma remarked as Ranma put away his Pokédex. This entire world is inhabited by these. What did you call them? Pokemon? The Pokemon trainer and martial artist nodded as he said, "Yep. And as a Pokemon trainer, I catch and train them all. So that means, you're a sensei?" Ranma asked. "Basically, that's the idea. I've been teaching my Pokemon how to fight in the anything goes style and I've picked up a few techniques from them as well. Really. I'd like to see them sometime. Maybe we could have a match," Kojiro said with interest. After sparring with Ranma, he was curious to see just what kind of martial artist this new guy was. "I might just take you up on that. And my Pokemon are no pushovers either. They've been great sparring partners, and my best friends." Ranma nodded to his Pokemon. They all nodded and smiled back at him. "By the way," Ranma said, "you mentioned that about the Ninachon. That's the spring-brown girl, isn't it? Is that what you fell into?" Ranma sighed and nodded. "Yes, that's what Pops knocked me into. But, like Kojiro here, I've gotten used to my curse and I've got a way to control it, at least partially." He reached into his shirt and pulled out the water stone pendant he always wore. This water evolution stone keeps my body locked in one form. Hot and cold water do not affect me when I'm wearing it. So if you were a girl and wearing it when splashed with hot water, Ranma surmised, I wouldn't change back into a boy. Ranma finished. Here, look at this. He took off his pendant and laid it on the ground beside him. He then used the cup of cold water and doused himself with it. Instantly, he became a very attractive and well-built, red-haired girl. Kojiro teasingly gave a low wolf whistle. Very funny. Ranma-chan said with sarcasm as she used her key to heat up the remainder of the water in the cup, doused herself with it and reverted back to the male. He put his pendant back around his neck. I noticed that you have very good skills in key manipulation, Ranma said. His scanners had analyzed the process in which Ranma had used to convert his key into heat. Ranma smiled as he said, yeah, well, I learned a lot from watching my Pokemon with their attacks. I figured why couldn't I do that as well? I'm working on my own branch of martial arts, suing Pokemon attacks. I think I'll call it Pokemon Ken. The very next day. This is great. This will give Wildfire a chance to rest. Ranma remarked as he watched from the view screen of Ranma's cruiser as it sped across the sky. The ship was of course using its cloaking device, which made it invisible to radar or the naked eye. The Pokemon trainer had recalled all of his Pokemon except for Raiden, who was sitting on his shoulder. Are you sure you guys want to come with me and Raiden? Kojiro shrugged. It's no big deal. We've been fighting and bouncing around dimensions almost non-stop for 2 months. It'll be a nice change to just take in the sights and relax for a while. Besides, it'll be a week before we can leave this world, so we might as well have some fun. It's not like we have anything else to do. Ranma shrugged. Ranma considered their new friend. He had the same basic DNA as the rest of them, though he was shorter than they were. Ranma was about 5'6", and Ranma could only detect a small spurt in growth recently. He assumed that the 10 years of malnutrition suffered under Ranma's care might have had something to do with it. The other Ranmas, including himself, topped over 6 feet. Ranma would probably grow a few inches more, now that he was eating better away from his father. Putting those thoughts aside, the Techno Warrior said, I am kind of worried that people might stare at 5 identical Ranmas. Don't worry about it. Ranma replied. With all the Jennies and Joys in this world, I don't think people are going to take much notice of us. Who? Ranma asked. You'll see. As the group streaked across the sky, the 4 other Ranmas had decided on the name of trainer for their new friend, to avoid more confusion. Ranma accepted the nickname without any debate and began discussing more about the similarities and differences between his own life and that of his counterparts. So where are you headed? Kojiro asked. Well, I was headed toward the Fasha Gym to get a soul badge, but I'm not really in any hurry. The girls I'm supposed to meet there aren't due for at least a week. Girls, huh? Ranma grinned. Ranma and Kojiro also gave him a sly look. Hey, it's not like that. Ranma denied. Sam and Jeanette are just good friends and training partners, that's all. Sure they are, Ranma remarked. His senses were already detecting a blush forming on his counterpart's cheeks. Really? They're just friends. Pika. The Pikachu on Ranma's shoulder smirked. Raiden knew how nervous his master was around the female gender, despite the fact that he was cursed to be one if he was splashed with cold water. The water pendant did help him control that problem, at least partially. As time went on, it didn't seem as much as a problem anymore. Ranma shook his head while smiling and decided to change the subject. So do these girls know about your condition? The Pokemon trainer shook his head and replied, no. Don't see any reason why they should know. He held up his water stone. As long as I wear this, they'll never have to know. Ranma looked at the pendant for a long while and then said, you know, it is possible that I can remove your curse altogether. What? This also got the attention of the other Ranmas. The Dragon Warrior nodded. Just remember that I have had extensive training in the mystical arts and I know a thing or two about removing curses. Oh, I have to warn you. I've never tried to remove a Juzenkyo curse before. The magic of that place is quite powerful. I haven't had much practice in removing shape-shifting curses, but with a little work, I think it can be done. Would you like me to try? Ranma became silent at this offer to remove his curse as he considered the possibilities and consequences. The elimination of the curse would be a welcome thing. Even with his water stone, Ranma had found it very irritating that water had a habit of seeking him out and sometimes he would be caught without his pendant. He was always wary of being near large amounts of water. However, there were other things to consider. For one thing, Draco was not giving him a total guarantee and his meddling with his curse might not make things better. The worst-case scenario would be if he became permanently stuck in his cursed form. Ranma had long since gotten used to his curse before he had received the Water Stone and now considered it as just another one of his abilities. It did have its advantages and he found it extremely handy in evading Fems and Lonabes. He could also get away with things that he never could as a boy. He had been given a better insight toward the mysteries of girls and that helped him immensely when dealing with them. Trainer? Ranma prodded. Ranma slowly shook his head and replied, thanks for the offer, but no thanks. Like you said, you're not really all that sure that you could do it. You might screw up the curse even worse than it already is. If you had asked me when I was back in Juzenkyo, I would have jumped at the chance, and to hell with the consequences. I've had this curse for so long, I've kind of gotten used to it, and with this Water Stone, I really don't think about it very much. The curse has helped me out a couple of times. Ranma remembered back to when Books and Cassidy of Team Rocket had captured him. If his cursed form had not been smaller, he wouldn't have been able to free himself from those two. Are you sure? I mean, you might not get another chance to be normal. Kojiro said. If that's the case, then why didn't you have him remove your curse? The cat-fist fighter was taken aback as he thought about Ranma's suggestion. Yes, it was a possibility that Draco could remove the Juicenkyo magic from him as well. But the feliner liked his form and the power it gave him. The Juicenkyo pool of ground monster tiger feliner had helped him overcome the flawed Nakoken and gave him the ability to openly defy his idiot father Ranma. That stupid panda and his attempts to force him into an engagement to Akantendo were continually thwarted, thanks to the power of the true cat-fist. It would not have been possible if he had not fallen into that pool that fateful day. I get your point, Kojiro said. I'd gotten so used to my curse that it didn't seem like a curse anymore. For me, it was the best thing that ever happened to me. As I think back on my life, I remember when I felt that the curse was irreversible and I would have done anything to be normal again. The feliner recalled the time he spent in the Chinese wilderness as a tiger. Then he remembered the rite of passage, and what he had accomplished afterwards. All of that was possible due to his mastering of his initially hated curse. He then turned to his blind counterpart. I'm beginning to understand why you turned down Prototype and Draco's offer to restore your sight. You've gotten used to your lack of sight, yet it's not really a handicap to you, is it? In fact, you're a damned better fighter than a lot of sighted people I've faced off. Ranma nodded. We were all dealt different cards and we made the best of what we had. We've overcome those obstacles and have become better from them. It would not do for us to be handed something that we didn't work hard to earn, now would it? That would have made the lessons learned seem to be pointless. Furthermore, I consider my blindness as a symbol of my accomplishments and a reminder to never listen to Ranma. I guess I can think of my cat-fist as the same way. You got it. Ranma smiled. Though he still didn't like the way Kojiro viewed the Amazons, he was forming a bit of a kinship with the cat-fist fighter. They had both used Ranma's mistake of the Nakoken and were far better than they would ever have been under that moron's tutelage. I still kind of feel sorry for her. Ranma held up his hand. Don't ever feel pity for me, Kojiro. I do not want nor deserve such feelings. In any case, I feel that if Kami-sama wishes for me to see again, then it will happen and it will be because I had worked for it, not because someone pitied me. Kojiro sighed and nodded. It seemed that the unseen light fighter would brook no more arguments. So where are we? Ranma asked the Pokemon trainer. Ranma looked at the map readouts on a monitor and replied, We're actually near Fuchsia City and the seaside. I was heading there for a soul badge. Hey! We can't go to the beach on Seafoam Island. I've heard that Professor Westwood is there. Who's Professor Westwood? Ranma asked. He's the guy who programmed the Pokedex. Ranma replied. This is great. I'd love to take a trip to the beach. Kojiro exclaimed. HMMM. It might be alright. Okay, let's head on over there. The ship then made a beeline for the coast for a day of sun, sand and surf. Sometime later, all five Ranmas sighed as they stood on the boardwalk that led to the beach. Waves were gently splashing against the surf as the hot summer sun cast its rays on the sunbathers lying on the sands. Ranma scanned the area as the group began maneuvering around the crowds of people. As Ranma had said, any passerby would just glance at them, shrug and continue about his business. Some would mutter something about a person named Joy or Jenny, but overall, the five identical Ranmas were paid very little notice. That is, male spectators paid them very little notice. Female spectators were giving them quite the look. They were all ogling the five like Ash Ketchum's friend Brock would be ogling Nurse Joy, Officer Jenny or any other pretty girl. Ranma was dressed in a pair of blue shorts and had a beach towel slung over his shoulder. His chest was bare and the females who were watching him were absolutely drooling over how fine his form was. Being raised by a caring Amazon healer and trained in both the unseen light and Amazonian wushu had given the blind Ranma a fine physique. His build was like a lean gymnast's. They were very intrigued by the small scars that crisscrossed his back and chest, symbols of his intense training in the Joksuzoku. They did not make the girls repulsed by their appearance, but rather they enhanced the muscular definition of his body, which made him seem more experienced and mature. Where Ranma had a serene and quiet beauty, Kojiro was sensual and bursting with fire. Wearing nothing but a pair of black swimming briefs and sunglasses, his more massive form had the girls itching to sink their teeth into him. He had more muscle than Ranma but retained a lithe grace that signified his tiger side. He was like a more slender Arnold Schwarzenegger. Not quite as bulky, but still radiated a sense of power and animal magnetism that women would have found almost irresistible. It was a good thing that he had not turned to his hybrid form. Otherwise, the pheromones that he gave off in that shape would have caused a riot as the female hormones would have gone sky high. Ranma's nanites had rebuilt his damaged body to become the pinnacle of perfection. His body was like a cross between Hercules and Adonis. He was conservatively wearing a pair of cut-off jeans and a white t-shirt, but even those clothes couldn't hide the rippling pectorals or well-defined abdominal muscles. It was hard not to notice him, as he was the tallest of the five, at a height of 6'4". Ranma's body showed what living in the dragon world could do and he received more than his share of stares. He was built much like Kojiro and Ranma, with extra muscle mass, yet not appearing too bulky. His smooth skin seemed to reflect the sun, despite the fact that he was not wearing any sunblock. This was because his skin cells acted like dragon scales and reflected off the heat and light, giving him the appearance of someone with a golden tan. The dragon warrior reveled in the heat as strode in a pair of Bermuda shorts and was bare-chested. He carried volleyball and a net. Ranma, though not quite as tall or well-developed as his counterparts, was still admired by females. His training under Ranma had given him a lean, martial artist's body, but he had gained a bit more muscle mass after getting a better diet and training with Pokemon, instead of people. His constant battles had given him a form of inner strength that made women stop and give him a second glance. The 5 Ranmas were getting leers, ogling looks and lustful stares that began to make them nervous. They quickly moved toward a more deserted area of the beach. After settling down their beach towels and picnic basket of food, they began applying lotion and began their day of relaxation. Ranma and Kojiro decided to challenge Ranma and one of his Pokemon to a volleyball match. The Pokemon trainer accepted and called out Bruiser, his Makup. Soon, an intense game was underway. Ranma and Ranma sat with Raiden on the sidelines, along with trainers' other Pokemon. The group became so engrossed with having fun that they were unaware that they were being watched from afar. About a mile out from the beach, a periscope popped up and focused in on the Ranmas as they continued to have fun. Connected to the spine device was a submarine that was shaped like a magic herb. Inside the sub were 3 familiar figures. Jessie looked through the periscope as she and her cohorts continued to pedal to keep their sub moving. I must be seeing double. No. Quintuple. What are you talking about? James asked. Remember that trainer we fought back at Professor Oak's lab when we tried to get the plans to that mega transporter Pokeball? I think his name was Ranma. Oh yes. He's the one the boss is offering a huge reward to bring in. I thought he was a girl. No, he's definitely a guy. And those must be his brothers or cousins. She licked her lips at the sight of the prime male's flesh she was seeing. Huh? James was more confused than usual. Right now I'm seeing him and his Pokemon, as well as 4 others that look just like him. So what does this mean? Think of it, James. Why settle for one extraordinary trainer and his Pokemon, when we can nab 5? Are you sure those others are Pokemon trainers? They have to be. All Joys are Pokemon nurses and all Jennies are police officers, right? So it stands to reason that all Ranmas are Pokemon trainers. You're right. The boss would be so pleased at us, that he'll probably give us 5 times the reward. Following along this kind of logic, if one could call it that, the 3rd member of their group nodded. So what are we waiting for? Let's go get them. Meowth said. After their humiliating failure to steal a Totodile, the worst members of Team Rocket were eager to collect the bounty for Ranma's capture. Little did they know that they were in way over their heads. It was at that time that Kojiro leapt up and spiked the ball. Unfortunately, he had been so engrossed into the game that he had forgotten about his superhuman strength and hit the ball too hard. Ranma's Makup saw it coming and wisely decided not to return it. Jumping out of the way, Bruiser barely managed to avoid being flattened as the volleyball slammed into the ground and exploded, kicking sand all over the place. When the cloud of sand cleared, there was nothing left of the volleyball except for a few scraps of rubber and plastic. Oops! Kojiro became red-faced as he realized he had hit the ball with too much force. Ranma shrugged as he said, "Oh well. I guess that's the end of the game." Ranma smiled good-naturedly and said, "Ah, that's okay." He turned toward Prototype. "We can always have the ship make us a new ball, right?" Ranma nodded. "I think next time, I'll make the ball out of super-resistant kinetic rubber. I don't a normal ball could take that kind of abuse." The five shared in a chuckle as they sat down to have lunch. Just as they were biting into some sandwiches, Ranma's scanners and Ranma's danger sense went off. "What's wrong?" Ranma asked as he saw the heads of two of his counterparts suddenly jerk up. "We've got company." Ranma as he quickly stood up. "Confirmed." Ranma acknowledged. It was then that something broke the surface of the water some 50 feet from the shoreline. Ranma moaned, as he was relatively sure as to who it was. The other four Ranmas were startled as a giant metal magic herb appeared. The hatch opened and some ominous music began to play. Two figures began to emerge from the hatch. "Prepare for trouble. Make it double. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all peoples within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse. James. Team Rocket. Blast off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight." Meowth. That's right. As soon as Meowth appeared to finish the introduction, Ranma shook his head while pinching the bridge of his nose and mumbling, "What are these guys? Punishment from God? Did I do something bad in a previous life?" His counterparts all had confused looks on their faces complete with sweat drops. Ranma moved over to Trainer and asked, "Do you know these guys? Enough to make me wish I didn't. Just let me take care of them, okay?" He then glanced to the others. They all shrugged and nodded. It was his world after all. The Pokemon trainer stepped forward with his Pikachu and addressed Team Rocket. "All right, you three. I would have thought that last time would have been enough. So what are you doing here?" Jesse sneered at him and replied, "I would have thought it was obvious by now. We're here to take you and those Pokemon of yours back to the boss." James nodded as he added, "The leader of Team Rocket recently tripled the reward for whoever brings you to him. And I think he'll be extra happy when we bring him your family of Pokemon trainers as well." "Huh? But they aren't." Meowth chose at that moment to produce a remote control and pressed a button. The mouth of the magic herb opened and fired off a bundle attached to a chain. The bundle expanded into a weighted, steel net that covered the entire group. The five Ranmas made no move to evade it as it draped itself on top of them. "And what's this supposed to be?" Ranma said in an annoyed tone. Jessie smirked as she said with pride, "That net is made of reinforced steel fibers and you can't use your Pikachu's electric shocks without harming the others, now can you?" James nodded as he said to his partner, "We've learned from our defeats from that work, haven't we?" "Oh, shut up," Jessie snapped. She did not want to be constantly reminded of how many times they had lost to a little boy. I don't need to shock anything. Ranma gestured to Razor. BUZZSAW barrage. Slash. The sand slash curled up into a ball and spun at a very fast rate. Ranma's scanners went alive as he detected a high amount of ki energy being focused in the Pokemon. Ranma also detected the energy within the sand slash. Both Ranmas had the same thought. Very impressive. Our counterpart taught his Pokemon well. The sand slash quickly burst out of the net and made several passes over the group, cutting them free from the net without harming them. Once the last of the net had been reduced to steel confetti, the mouse stopped spinning and returned to his master's side. Not bad, Kojiro remarked. The sand slash had displayed an impressive cutting ability. The catfist fighter wondered if he could develop a technique like that. Not that he or the others were worried. They could have easily freed themselves from the net at any time. Team Rocket, however, was not that happy that their net had failed. However, they weren't finished yet. Oh yeah? Well, try this on for size. Meowth tried another button. A nozzle popped out and released a huge cloud of noxious fumes. Inside the submarine, James' wheezing was blowing into a tube. Ranma shrugged as he raised his arms and swept them down like wings. Hurricane dust. The sudden blast of wind blew the fumes right back at the terrible trio, causing them to cough and sneeze as they were subjected to a wheezing smog attack. That's similar to what Shurek, the great wind dragon king of the West, taught me. Ranma thought. When the fumes cleared, Team Rocket was black with soot and looking more pathetic than usual, if that was possible. Jessie angrily stomped her feet and grabbed the remote from Meowth. Give me that. She turned to the Ranmas and said, let's see you handle this. She pushed another button. Inside the submarine, Arbok shot a blast of acid out of an open hatch, followed by a barrage of poison sting needles. The other Ranmas backed off a bit as they sensed that the next attack was more dangerous, but Trainer simply nodded to his Golduck. Seastorm's eyes suddenly glowed. The acid and needles hit some invisible wall in front of them, and were reflected harmlessly away. Thanks for the psychic barrier, Seastorm. Ranma praised. Golduck. The waterfowl then tilted his head and asked, Golduck? Yes, you may. Confusion attack. The blue Pokemon smiled as he raised a webbed hand, pointed at the sub and focused his psychic powers. Team Rocket lost their footing and fell down the hatch when the sub was suddenly lifted out of the water. The sub went bouncing up and down in time with Seastorm's hand as he waved it up and down. Then with a final sweep of its webbed digits, the Magikarp sub slammed down hard onto the shore. Inside the sub, Jessie, James, Meowth and their Pokemon were dazed after bouncing around inside the craft. It had felt as if they were in a pinball machine. They were all seeing little Golducks spinning around their heads. Outside, Ranma wandered to the sub and said to his Golduck, Torpedo attack. The Golduck shot forward like a missile, its body enveloped in a blue aura. It slammed into and through the entire sub, punching a hole in either side of the craft. Water began flowing into it as Golduck swung around and swam back to shore. Jesse, James and Meowth were surprised to see Sea Storm going through one side and pass by them as he exited the other side. They then screamed in horror as they saw water gushing into their sub. Ranma smiled as he patted the head of his Golduck and then gestured with a fun to the sub. R-A-I-D-E-N, T-H-U-N-D-E-R-S-H-O-C-K. Raiden grinned evilly as he dipped a tail into the water and let loose with a sizzling bolt of electricity. The water that was entering the sub conducted the wattage inside. Team Rocket were lit up like Christmas trees and showed their skeletons briefly as they blinked on and off. O-W-O-W-O-W-O-W-O-W. Y-O-W. I-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y. Ranma shrugged as he thought that Team Rocket had enough and prepared to finish them off. He cupped his hands and pulled them back to his waist. The other Ranmas looked on with interest. "What's that?" Ranma asked as he felt a huge amount of energy being focused. Ranma smiled as he replied, "It's something I learned from Sea Storm last week." Between his cupped palms, small spheres of orange energy appeared and came together into a larger ball. When the orb grew to the size of a basketball, Ranma remarked, "Time for you to go, Team Rocket." Hyper Beam. The Pokemon trainer threw his hands forward and the sphere suddenly elongated into an orange-red beam of intense energy. The sub exploded and Team Rocket went shooting off into the air while saying their infamous farewell. "Looks like Team Rocket is blasting off again." When they were nothing more than distant dots in the sky, Trainer turned back to his counterparts and said, "So let's get back to lunch. I'm starving." Sometime later, Ranma's ship was flying through the air again as the 5 Ranmas discussed with one another about the day's events. "No kidding. You mean that Team Rocket is always showing up?" Kojiro asked. "Yeah. Well, not always that group, but someone from that organization is always after me and my Pokemon. It seems like they have a one-track mind and never learn from their mistakes. Reminds me of Kuno," Ranma remarked. Ranma and Kojiro chuckled at the memories of their encounters with the true blunder. But Draco and Trainer became confused, since they never met him. "Who?" Ranma asked. "Remind me to tell you later," the blind fighter replied. Ranma shrugged. "Anyway, it's really great of you guys to give me a lift to the Fasha Gym." "No problem." Ranma waved a hand as he sat in the pilot's seat. At the moment he was listening in on the various radio stations. "We should be there in." It was then that several lights on his console began blinking and the craft began to shudder. Ranma and Ranma were thrown from their seats and the Pokemon trainer's Pokédex fell out of his backpack. "What's going on?" Draco asked. "I don't know," Ranma replied as he interfaced with his ship's systems. "Computer, what's happening? Asterisk an identified entity has entered the ship's navigational systems. Warning, quantum phase drive is not powering up. Asterisk, that's impossible, computer. Without a catalyzer, it would take a week for the drive to generate enough of a quantum field. Asterisk analysis indicates that entity is made of pure energy and is accelerating the Curium's ability to produce a quantum field. Alert! Main drive is now engaging. Asterisk at that moment, the cruiser shot upward and achieved escape velocity. Fortunately, the ship's inertia dampers were still active and prevented the Ranmas from feeling the effects of the sudden increase of G-forces. On the front view screen, the 5 Ranmas could only watch in shock as they saw space warp itself around the ship. Before they knew it, they found themselves hurtling through the dimensional nexus. It was at that time that the front console let off a series of sparks and then something appeared above it and took shape. Ranma's eyes widened as he recognized the geometrical shapes the body was composed of. He quickly retrieved his Pokédex. *DOOIGON, the holographic Pokemon. This Pokemon was created inside of CYDRSPAC. It is able to cause computer malfunctions and is composed of pure energy. DOOIGON are able to travel by riding various waves of the electromagnetic spectrum, including radio, TLEGISONOR microwaves. Ranma nodded after hearing the Pokédex. So, that's it. I was scanning the airwaves and listening in on the communication frequencies of this world at the time. It must have entered the ship through the sensor array. I only had the cloaking device engaged and not the shields. Its body must have caused a power surge. What is that? Kojiro asked. It's a Porygon. It must be the one that caused all this. Ranma shouted as he took out a Pokeball to capture it. However, Porygon became untouchable as a spark of energy was emitted from the console. The energy enveloped the Pokemon, causing it to vanish. Ranma figured that the emergency transporter must have been activated. He put those thoughts aside as he struggled with the controls to get his ship back under his command. He then winced as he looked at the front view screen and saw that they were about to tumble into another dimensional vortex. The 5 Ranmas let off a scream simultaneously as the ship vanished into the space-time continuum. Somewhere else in reality, two cloaked figures watched a viewing portal. Wasn't that a little extreme? Putting that Porygon in there? The first one asked. Well, we had to get him to go with the others somehow. The second one answered. Yes, but he was happy in that world. It seems very unfair to take him from there and put him into this. You know very well that he is needed. Things will turn out all right, you know that. I know. So what about the Porygon? It was transported safely back to its home world. In yet another dimension, the ship re-entered real space and was stabilized. Inside it, a Pokemon trainer screamed. What? What do you mean that we can't go back? Ranma sighed and sadly gave Ranma the bad news. That Porygon messed up the navigational systems and I'm afraid that the coordinates to that world was lost. Does that mean? Ranma was in total shock. "I'm afraid so." He gave the others a weary glance. "Looks like this ship is going to be a little more crowded." Ranma sunk to his knees and stared off into nothingness as his Pikachu nuzzled beside him, trying to comfort his distraught master. To be continued. Author's notes: for those of you who were wondering how I was going to get Pokemon Ranma to join up with the group, I figured that an accident would be the best way of doing it. After all, the others were also pulled into this by an accident. Now as for what's next, that is a secret. Thank you, fellows. The Great Crossover Crisis Side Story. The Great Crossover Crisis Side Story link. https://www.fanfictaion.net/277,463/1/category Ranma plus online Xovers crossover genre, adventure/humor author, Hungmian for link, https://www.fanfictaion.net/u/7890/last updated, January 25, 2002 words. 30,811 rating, T status, in progress content, Chapter 1 to 4 of 4 chapters. Source, fanfictaion.net summary. Multicrossover 1 is magical, the second is technological, the third is wild, and the fourth is the epitome of calm. The last is just plain bizarre. What do all 5 of these people have in common? They were all born with the name Ranma. Chapter 1 Catfist Star, Part 1 Crossover Crisis Side Story 1 Disclaimer, Kojiro, Ranma, Prototype, Trainer, Draco and the cast of Outlaw Star either belong to someone else or is based on someone else's work. Introduction. Ever since I started the Great Crossover Crisis, I have been getting requests to expand on the scenes that were depicted in flashbacks or clips. Therefore, I shall be writing a 5-part mini-series of those adventures depicting 1 or 2 of my Ranmas during their romp through dimensions. First up is our Catfist fighter Kojiro Shinkara from Catfist Fury as he goes claw to claw with the cast of the Outlaw Star. Note: this story takes place between chapters 4 and 5 of the Great Crossover Crisis, just after Trainer had joined the group. Thoughts ***, computer responses Ranma, Fighting Blind Ranma Ranma, Fist of the Pikachu Trainer Ranma, Dragon Child Draco Ranma, Ranma Prototype Catfist Star Part 1 Universe XP-1511 DG. 4 of the 5 Ranmas were currently stationed at Blue Heaven as Ranma's ship was undergoing repairs and restocking supplies. The technological Ranma was haggling for lower rates with the repair crews while his 3 counterparts had decided to take in the sights and get something to eat. The cruiser was docked beside a red-colored grappler ship. I've got to admit, I'd never seen a ship quite like this one, and I thought the Outlaw Star was special. Swanzo said as he looked over the scans of Ranma's cruiser. I've never seen a sub-E for drive design like this one. The modifications and the modular components of this vessel are way beyond anything I'd ever seen or heard of. Heck, this thing could be converted into a grappler ship with no problems. He looked up at the nanotech warrior. For a little extra, I could add some components that will allow you to convert your ship into a grappler type. Prototype shook his head. None. We won't be here for very long. Not very long in this universe at all. Besides, this thing already has manipulator arms. Where? I don't see any, and the scanner didn't pick up any manipulator arms. They're right here. Ranma snapped his fingers while his biocomputer sent a signal to the ship's systems. Over the years, Ranma had modified his ship to adapt to any situation, and after encountering some K-pirates and their grappler ships, the cruiser had constructed for itself some extra mechanisms and systems to deal with those kinds of enemy craft. Hidden panels opened up and components within began to shift and transform, forming appendages that were composed of liquid metal. Two large grappler arms formed at the bow of the ship and held themselves out at the ready. Swanzo gave a low whistle. Now that's sweet. That's just the tip of the iceberg, Ranma said as he sent out another signal. Within the mounts of the main arms, smaller arms extended near the wrists. Those smaller arms are for fine detail work and can pick up things as small as a nanochip. They are also equipped with various scanners, mini laser projectors for fine cutting and welding, and computer hacking systems that can take control of virtually any other ship's computer by contact alone. You can imagine how full that can be in a grappler fight. Man, those are some very interesting options. The main arms are also armed with various heavy weaponry and other equipment. Allow me to demonstrate. The technological Ranma gestured to the ship as the main arms began forming weapons at the ends of the hands. First a heavy particle cannon, followed by a multiple missile launcher, then a heavy mace, a vibro axe, a disruptor wave projector array and many other kinds of weapons and equipment before returning to their standard grappler configuration. Unlike normal grappler ships, Ranmas did not need to carry weapons and equipment in a separate storage pod, but formed what they needed due to built-in synthesizers and whatever was stored in a subspace pocket. Now that's what I call a grappler ship, Swanzo exclaimed. But we can't arm or supply a grappler-type ship in Blue Heaven. No big deal. Ranma then mentally commanded the ship to return to its cruiser configuration. When the arms disappeared into the bow, he turned back to Swanzo. There, you shouldn't have any trouble outfitting and supplying my ship in its present form. Now about that repair and supply bill. 400,000 long. Swanzo flatly stated. Ranma smirked as he mentally commanded his ship's synthesizers to start creating some high-grade dragonite. This universe's technology was unable to accomplish it, but for prototype systems, it was child's play. Do you take dragonite? As the two continued to negotiate, Ranma thought back to when they first entered this dimension and wondered how their missing member was doing. It had been an unfortunate turn of events in which they had lost one of their party. Flashback. Okay, so where the heck are we now? Kojiro asked as the ship reappeared in real space. Hold on a second. Ranma said as he began taking initial sensor sweeps of the area of space they had entered. It was at that time that the sensors began giving off alerts as unidentified blips showed up on the monitors. Asterisk alert. Alert. Enemy ships detected and closing in on our position in an attack formation. Ship going into red alert status. Asterisk. The pirate ships in space had picked up the appearance of Ranma's ship while on patrol for prey, just after it had exited the dimensional vortex. Deciding that it was an easy target, the 5 grappler ships quickly brought out their weapons and sped toward the 5 Ranma's position. End of flashback. Ranma sighed as he thought back to what had happened afterwards. Unfortunately, the transporter systems of the ship had taken a hit by some cannon fire during the battle and activated itself. Kojiro had been the one closest to the transporter panel and vanished in a flash of light. Ranma's ship took no other damage and easily finished off the 5 relatively primitive pirate grappler ships. However, the remaining Ranmas found themselves short one member and had no idea as to where their comrade had disappeared to. The transporter had beamed him toward one of the neighboring star systems and fortunately, according to the computer readouts, to one of the inhabited worlds. However, without the correct coordinates, the 4 remaining Ranmas were forced to search each world one by one. As of now, they had stopped at Blue Heaven to rest and restock supplies. Though through it all, they knew in their hearts that Kojiro was still alive and kicking somewhere. They just had to find him. Meanwhile, aboard the most technologically advanced ship in the galaxy, though nowhere near as advanced as Ranma's craft, the crew of the Outlaw Star were discussing their plans for earning income. Come on, Gene. We really don't have any choice. We're down to pocket change again. Jim Talking said as he showed Gene Starwind their account balances. The young computer genius of the crew frowned as he pointed to the amount that was in their account. The captain of the Outlaw Star sighed as he drummed his fingers on the conference table. It was a situation in which he was very familiar with. He was still trying to make a name for himself among the ranks of outlaws, but as always, his luck was against him. He now had more than 2 million won to Fred Luo, and the last job he had taken to lessen the debt had turned out badly with very little profit. There were no big bounties to go after and job offers were few and far between for Starwind and Talking's enterprises. Behind him, the android and heart of the navigational systems of the Outlaw Star, Melfina, placed a sympathetic hand on Gene's shoulder as she set a cup of hot tea in front of him. Opposite to them was the professional assassin and master swordswoman. She makes Kuno look like an amateur with a toothpick, Twilight Suzuka. Don't worry, Gene. I'm sure that a job will come up. On a maintenance rail, one of the repair units that comprised of the ship's computer, Tsuyumai, whizzed by and said, I certainly hope so. The ship is in need of some repairs and restock of supplies. It was at that moment that the Asia Clan came into the conference room while waving around a poster. "Hey guys! Look at this! This job is right up our alley. And the payoff is really big too." "What is it?" Jim asked the Tarl. Aisha placed the poster that she had downloaded from the computer down on the table and smiled. "Look at this. On Tiberius Island, there's a big bounty for 1 million won." "1 million?" Jim said in disbelief as he grabbed the wanted poster. He then began to read. "It says here that some huge cat beast has been sighted on Tiberius Island and is causing a lot of havoc with the mining company there. The owner of the mining operations is willing to pay 1 million won for anyone who can either capture or kill the thing. It also says here that it's been sighted being able to transform into some kind of humanoid." Jim addressed his partner. "Gene, do you think that it might be a metamorph like Aisha?" Gene nodded as he pondered it for a moment. "Could be. We have encountered them before. What do you think, Aisha?" "What I think is that this cat beast may be a renegade Tarl. Hee hee. This is my big chance." Aisha rubbed her palms together eagerly. "What do you mean?" Nelson asked. "Even though I'm not barred from the Tarl Empire anymore, I still need to get back in good with my superiors," Aisha replied. "Bringing in a renegade Tarl can help me get back my rank. Of course, having 1 million won wouldn't hurt either. Just leave this up to me. I'll bring down that cat beast, no problem. Here, I guess this job would be sweet for an animal like you." Gene teased. "Who are you calling an animal?" Suzuka took a sip of her tea, then shrugged. "Why not? It might prove very interesting." Gene nodded as he turned to Jillian. "Okay Jillian, set a course for Tiberius Island. So that's where you think Kojiro may be?" Ranma asked. "The reports about some huge, long-toothed, black cat roaming about on Tiberius Island does sound like our feline friend," Ranma replied as he and his other counterparts were heading toward the same system that the Outlaw Star was going to. "It's the best lead that we've got and it is in the general location in which my transporter system had sent him to when it malfunctioned. Okay guys, let's go," Draco said. Prototype nodded as he engaged his ship's main drive and laid in the course. On Tiberius Island, in a small town outside of the mining facilities, "Kojiro!" a small boy called out as he ran toward the catfist fighter who was currently cutting logs with his bare hands. The feliner nodded to the youth as he used his quick swipe technique to cut a massive timber into smaller logs with one slash of his key-powered claws. "Wow!" the boy exclaimed as he saw the huge tree trunk fall apart into several neatly sliced fire logs. "How do you do that?" "Oh, it's all on the wrist," Kojiro replied nonchalantly as he piled up the logs in a stack behind the house he was staying at. It had been a week since he had appeared on this strange world, but the locals of the small town were friendly and the family that had found him gladly gave him a place to stay. Kojiro had been doing some heavy labor to earn his keep, and the peaceful surroundings were a welcome change from what he had experienced during his travels through dimensions. Oh, by the way, Kojiro, Mom's got lunch ready. Thanks, Alex. The other dimensional Ranma said as he finished up stacking the logs and walked with the 6-year-old boy to the front of the house. A few minutes later, Kojiro was wolfing down the delicious meal that Alex's mother had made for them. Now that was great, the cat fist fighter remarked after he had finished off the last of his lunch. Thank you, Verinda said as she took the dishes away to be washed. She was a gentle-looking woman with short blonde hair and was about in her mid to late 30s. It's the least that we can do in return for all that you've done for us, Kojiro. Having you around is like having a dozen hired hands. Yeah. Alex piped as he gave Kojiro an idolizing look. You're really strong and I've never seen anyone do what you can do. Are you sure you're not a Tarl? I've heard that those people are like cats and you cut those logs as if you had claws or something. No. Like I said before, I know a few techniques in the martial arts that mimics the way a cat cuts with its claws. Can you teach me how to cut trees with my bare hands and stuff? Kojiro became a little edgy as he politely turned him down. Oh, sorry Alex, but the training I had was very hard and I don't think you'd want to try what I went through. I can handle it, the little boy said. Kojiro shook his head again. Sorry Squirt, but the Nekoken is a lot more dangerous than you could ever imagine. It only works for certain kinds of people and if you do it wrong, well, let's just say that you wouldn't like what would happen. And I have intention of throwing Alex into a pit of starving cats. Besides, he's not a feliner. Besides, there's no need for you to learn it, is there? Sure there is. If I could do what you can, then those mean men from that mining company wouldn't bother us again. I'd cut them up like you do to those logs and... Alex, I won't have you talking like that. Alicia scolded then bowed apologetically to Kojiro. Please forgive my son's behavior. I don't want him to get into any trouble with the Galaxy Mining Corporation and... Kojiro waved it off. That's okay. Though he does have a point. Have those guys from that company been bothering you again about selling your land rights to them? Alicia nodded as she continued washing the dishes. Yes, and this time they've tripled their offer. It's very tempting, but this land has belonged to my family for generations and it happens to be one of the few areas on Tiberius Isle fertile enough to farm, along with the surrounding forests. Most of the planet has already been exhausted of its natural resources due to all the dragonite mines. Galaxy says that a supply of dragonite is in a huge vein beneath us, but if they mine that out, then this entire area will be destroyed. Once that dragonite is all tapped out, then Tiberius Isle will become a wasteland. Personally, I don't care about the dragonite, since the farm gives us more than enough to survive on. The town needs us as well as the few farms that are still out there. I see. Alicia nodded. Galaxy has been trying to buy the other farms as well, but so far, we've all managed to hold out against them. The town needs the farmers for food and to keep the remaining areas alive and well. If the mining corporation strip mines the area, then our town will die once the dragonite is all tapped out. It's been rumored that the corporation has been trying some strong-arm methods to get the other farmers to sell their lands. But lately, they have been backing off, due to some attacks made by some strange animal. Animal? Kojiro asked, though he knew exactly what she was talking about. According to what witnesses claim, some huge cat has been attacking the facilities at their main headquarters and the company has been too busy trying to track it down to put any pressure on the farmers. I don't know what this is all about, but I am grateful to whatever it is that is keeping those men away from us. It's a tarl, I just know it. Alex said. A tarl? Kojiro asked. Alicia shrugged. Some of the witnesses say that they saw this giant cat transform into some kind of humanoid person, though no one is totally sure, since the sightings only occur at night. Kojiro sighed as he finished stocking supplies and the inventory list in the storage building. Ever since he had come to live with Alex and Alicia, he had been secretly going out at night in his tiger form to run through the forests. Every now and then, he had to go out as a tiger. It was during one of those runs that he had come across some men that were from the mining company, who were secretly planning to force Alex's family into selling their property by blowing up the storage areas. After giving them the scare of their lives and running them off, the cat-fist fighter soon found himself his self-appointed guardian of the land, as it seemed that the Galaxy Mining Company was determined to get a hold of the remaining areas. The goons that the corporation had hired were supposed to sabotage the area and get the other landowners to sell out. However, Kojiro had been waging a private war against the company, secretly attacking facilities and thwarted their attempts to force Alex's family and all the other farmers from their homes. It was the least he could do to repay Alex and his mother for taking him in. However, the CEOs of the company had decided that enough was enough and hired outsiders to take care of their feline adversary. Outsiders who had come in on the Outlaw Star. So it's a deal then. We get rid of this wild animal that has been attacking you, and you pay us 1 million won in cash. Gene said as he and his crew stood in the main office. The head executive nodded. Yes, this creature is a menace to our operation here on Tiberius Island. Its attacks had my men so scared that they won't even come to work until it's gone. We're way behind schedule and we need to mine out that dragonite as soon as possible. Tiberius Island has some of the best high-grade dragonite we've ever come across and we can't just stop now. He then glanced over to where Aisha was standing and said, You there. You're a Tarl, right? Aisha nodded as she stepped forward with pride. That's right. I'm Aisha clan of the Tarl Empire. Well then, this job should be right up your alley. There have been rumors that this giant cat transforms into a humanoid, so it might be a Tarl, maybe a renegade. Leave everything to me, Aisha said confidently. If it is a Tarl, then he just met his match. Aisha made a muscle gesture by holding up her arm and flexing her bicep. And if it's just a giant cat, then it won't stand a chance against a proud warrior of the Tarl Empire, whatever, Gene said as he led his group to the door. Be sure to have that money ready when the job is done, okay? After Gene and his group left, one of the executive's aides came up to him. Sir, do we really have to pay out 1 million won to a bunch of bounty hunters to get rid of that big cat? It's no big deal. Compared to what we'll get from that high-grade dragonite that we mine out of those areas, 1 million won is nothing but chump change. Why, the vein beneath the Verinda property alone is worth 1,000 times that amount. Once that giant tiger is out of the way, then we'll be able to force the Verindas and those other farmers to sell out, and then there will be no one to stop us. But sir, the CEO waved it off. In any case, we've got a couple of other aces in case those bounty hunters fail. He snapped his fingers and a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. She was a woman whose face was half obscured by a hood. So where do we start, Gene? Jim asked as the group headed toward the area where the giant tiger had been sighted. Gene Starwine nodded as he replied. Well, first of all, we need some information about this giant cat, and the locals here had reported to have seen this monster. He then stopped the rental car as it pulled up in front of the Verinda residence. Many of the sightings have occurred here in this area, so here's where we'll start. As the group got out of the car and headed toward the front door, Suzuka paused as her eyes caught a glimpse of a very well-built young man putting a heavy piece of equipment over his shoulder. Suzuka, is something the matter? Melthana asked. No, nothing is wrong, Suzuka said slowly as she watched Kojiro's movements. It's that person over there. He moves too well to be just a hired hand. She turned back to her companion after seeing him disappear into the barn. What do you mean too well? In my line of work, one is able to tell if a person is a fighter or possesses exceptional skills, and that young man over there is extremely skilled. His movements are sure and precise, like a large predator's. Also, didn't you notice what he was carrying? That industrial water purifier must weigh at least 200 kilos. Well, I guess that means that he's very strong and must work out a lot. No, Melthana. He didn't have the correct build for a weightlifter, and he toted that piece of equipment as if he were carrying a feather pillow. He walked as easily as he would have without any burden. I would say that young man is either not human, or is trained in the martial arts. You can tell all that just by looking at him, Melthana asked. Suzuka nodded. This may prove to be very interesting indeed. Kojiro placed down the water purifier and glanced back out to where those strangers had passed by him. He had gotten a strange feeling from all of them, but he got the strongest sensation from that woman in the kimono. He could tell that she was far from ordinary and moved quite gracefully. He also managed to catch a glimpse of wood within her sleeves and guessed that she may be skilled with a book in. However, unlike Kuno, he sensed that this woman would give him a far greater challenge. He would have to keep an eye out for her and that strange-looking girl with large, cat-like ears and whiskers. For some reason, he felt a kind of kinship toward her. "Wow! You're a Tarl, aren't you?" Alex said excitedly as he and Aisha talked behind the house. Inside, Gene and his group were questioning his mother on the whereabouts of the monster tiger. "That's right," Aisha said with pride as she sat down on a pile of logs. "I'm here to bring down that monster cat that's been attacking the mining company. I believe that he might be a Tarl like me." "Really? That's what I think too. I've never met a Tarl before, but I'd read all about them. Is it true that you're stronger than human beings?" "That's right. Here, watch this." The young Tarl smirked as she picked up a huge log with one hand and hefted it over her head with one hand. "Cool," Alex said as he clapped his hands. "You're almost as strong as Kojiro is." Aisha smiled at the compliment, then frowned a bit. "Almost? Not to be insulting, but no human could ever be as powerful as a Tarl. "Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that." Both turned their heads and saw Kojiro causally leaning against the back of the house. His arms were crossed over his chest as he smiled at the girl who was holding up a timber log that weighed several 100 pounds. "Who are you?" Aisha asked as she tossed the huge timber away. "Kojiro Shinkara," the Nakoken fighter said as he stood up. "I'm one of the hired hands on this farm." "One of the hired hands?" Alex said incredulously. "You're the only hired hand we've got. But since you're so strong, we don't have to hire anyone else. You're strongest guy that I know. Or so he tells me." Aisha said with nonchalance as looked him over. "Alex here says that you're pretty strong." "Oh, I worked out a lot." Kojiro shrugged as he walked over to where Aisha had put down the log, dug his fingers into the wood, picked up the log and tossed it into the air. He then leapt up after it and hovered in the air with the log. He then made several quick swipes at it with his arms and legs. His movements were so fast that to the naked eye, they only appeared as blurring flashes. He then landed back down on the ground. The timber in the air exploded into 3 dozen perfectly cut fire logs, which landed in a neat pile beside the ones he had sliced earlier. Aisha stared in amazement as Kojiro shrugged. "And I also practice some martial arts." "Indeed." All three looked back to the house to see Suzuka standing at the rear door and applauding lightly. Kojiro nodded at her. "She's good." I almost didn't sense her approach. Suzuka then approached the group while keeping her gaze on Kojiro. "That was very impressive. As I suspected, you are quite skilled. Oh, I don't recognize your fighting style." The cat fist fighter became a bit edgy, but managed to not let it show as he replied to her comment. "Well, let's just say that I use a fighting style that's not too well known." He then gestured to the wooden sword that she carried in her robes. "And I can tell that you're quite handy with that wooden sword of yours." Shizuka was a bit startled but then gave Kojiro a slight smile as she took out her weapon. "Very good. You are familiar? I've come across a practitioner of Kendo, though his skills are nowhere near to what I suspect you're capable of." Kojiro's eyes narrowed as he could feel the hidden power and skill within Shizuka. Kuno's pitiful skills were as nothing compared to this woman's. It was at that time that the rest of Jean's group came out to the backyard. Jean waved to the two females. "Come on, you two. We've got a job to do." Shizuka gave Kojiro a slight bow as she and Aisha followed him to their parked car, leaving Kojiro to wonder about them. "Ah, he may know a few things, but I could still take him out, no problem," Aisha remarked as the group rode down the road back to the mining facility. "I wouldn't be so sure about that, Aisha," Shizuka said quietly. "What? Are you saying that he could actually beat me?" the feline female said with indignation. "No mere human could defeat a proud warrior of the Tarl Empire. Human he may be, but I suspect that he is far from ordinary. Also, it takes more than brute strength and ferocity to win a battle. It's worked for me so far. Besides, he's not someone I should be worried about anyway. Sus, I told you before, don't call me that." As the two girls continued to bicker, Jean and his partners Jim and Melthana continued to plan. "So what do we do now, Jean?" Jim asked. "Well, since that monster tiger has been attacking the Galaxy Corporation's facilities, it makes sense to wait for it to appear there and set a trap for it. So we're going to stand guard at Galaxy?" Melthana asked. "You got it," Jean said. "You and Jillian will keep surveillance of the area while the rest of us will patrol the complex." At night, Jean and his group began patrolling the inner and outer perimeter of the complex as the Outlaw Star kept its sensors active while parked out on the landing bay. They each took an area of the complex, which would be a likely place where they would encounter the beast. For a long while, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. Then, sometime after midnight, Melthana and Jillian detected the presence of an intruder. "Jean, everyone, the sensors have just picked up an intruder that just breached the outer perimeter and is heading toward Sector 5. Melthana said as she was immersed in the control module of the Outlaw Star. Aisha was the one closest to where the disturbance was as she rushed toward Sector 5. She grinned a feral smile as she readied herself for combat. Tiberius Ivy had a natural moon, which was in its last quarter phase, thereby increasing her beast power substantially. She had also eaten a full meal before going on patrol, so she had plenty of calories to burn. She rounded a corner and then heard an explosion. She looked up and saw that a storage facility had been destroyed, as well as some very important power conduits, causing several lighting fixtures to go out, plunging the local area into darkness. However, Aisha wasn't concerned. Along with enhanced hearing, She also possessed extraordinary night vision and a good sense of smell. She could find her prey, no matter how dark it was. The Tarl decided to transform partly as she neared the area of the disturbance. Her body became even more muscular and slight fangs appeared, as well as a tail. Her fingers elongated and became more blunt as she readied her claws. It was at that moment that she caught some movement in the pitch-black darkness and prepared to pounce. Kojiro nodded as he observed his handiwork. A few slashes and an entire storage area was reduced to a flaming wreckage, destroying all the precious dragonite within. A well-placed tiger bolt and a power substation was rendered inoperative. The mining company's schedule was set back at least a month for repairs, and therefore would have to leave Alex's family and the other farmers alone for a while. Kojiro figured that if he continued with his guerrilla raids, the Galaxy Corporation would eventually have to pull out. Just as the power substation went up, Kojiro's sixth sense went off as his enhanced hearing and sense of smell picked up something. Someone attacking him. A shape leapt at him like a large jungle cat as Kojiro caught a glimpse of some kind of beast woman leaping toward him with claws extended and fangs bared. Then his Nakoken powers took over as he used that split second to retaliate. Kojiro ducked under Aisha as she leapt toward him, and then sent a fist into her gut. WHOMP. Aisha Clan gasped as she felt something hard slam into her belly with the force of a speeding truck. She dropped to the floor while clutching her stomach. She then looked up and saw that the intruder was not the monster cat she had been hoping for, but a human, who happened to smell familiar. Then, the fires of the exploding storage area lit the area and her eyes widened as she saw who it was. "You!" Aisha exclaimed as she staggered to her feet. He was the one who had been attacking the Galaxy Corporation. She growled as she tensed up and faced off against Kojiro. "So you're the one who's been keeping them from mining the dragonite?" Kojiro said nothing as he went into a battle stance. He mentally chided himself for not transforming into his tiger or hybrid form sooner, as he was now recognized. However, those concerns would have to be put on the back burner as Aisha smiled smugly at him. "Well, you're not exactly what I was expecting, but I'm still going to have to turn you in. A million won is a million won after all. Don't count that money until after you've earned it," the Nakoken fighter said as he tensed up and just kept his own tiger's rage from welling to the surface. Aisha gave off a short laugh at her opponent's defiance. "Suzuka said that you were someone special, but that still doesn't make you a match for a proud warrior of the Tarl. No mere human could stand up to the power of my race, and I'm only partially transformed. Even in this form, my beast power is more than enough to tear you to shreds. So why don't you make it easy on yourself and surrender? Bring it on. As you wish." Aisha then leapt forward and slashed at Kojiro with inhuman speed, but the Nakoken fighter surprised her with his own agility. He ducked out of the way and then swerved to avoid a follow-up kick. Then he hopped back to get more fighting room, then delivered a hard sidekick. Aisha dodged the blow but was surprised to see the foot leave a deep indentation in the steel wall behind her. Not bad for a human. You're pretty quick too. I'm just getting started, Kojiro growled. Well, it ends now. Aisha then sent a fist hurtling toward Kojiro's face, but the blow was suddenly stopped by an open hand, which then gripped her fist in a tight vice. She then sent her other fist at his face, but that too was intercepted by his other hand. Kojiro gritted his teeth as he increased pressure on Aisha's hands. The Tarl girl was strong, really strong. It felt like he was fighting Brittany Diggers and Felicia all over again. He applied more pressure and began forcing her back. Aisha was shocked to find herself being forced back by a human and began calling on more of her beast power to overcome him. Her fangs became more pronounced and her hair started waving in the air. She then began to think about something else. Maybe this person wasn't a Turan, but actually an android or even a Tarl. Not good. Not good at all. The Nakoken fighter knew that in her present form, Aisha had the advantage of raw power as compared to his enhanced human form. He considered shifting to his hybrid form, but time was short and he had to escape while he could. He had no time for a prolonged battle. Fortunately, Aisha's fighting style relied mostly on brute power and ferocity, so she was unprepared when she applied more force and was put off balance as Kojiro suddenly put her into a judo throw. She slammed hard into the opposite wall, making a large dent into it. She shook head to clear it, but at that time Kojiro turned to escape. Aisha then pounced at him to try and bring him down, but the cat-fist martial artist dodged the charge and then turned to slam a knee to her face. He followed through with several fast punches to her gut, then brought his head down on hers. Every attack was thrown with enough force to shatter concrete. Aisha was dazed from the fast delivery of blows, and though her reflexes were superhuman, she lacked the overall skills to effectively defend against Kojiro's fast and brutal attacks. She had been trained in basic hand-to-hand combat in the Tarl Academy, but her fighting style consisted of wrestling maneuvers, which used her beast strength to her advantage. However, Kojiro was a master of the Nakoken, a martial art that was created by Sidmet and based it. He had also been trained in the Anything Goes, which allowed him to adapt to any situation. Finally, after facing off against the former Kolanjar of the Feliner, the former son of Jean Masodome had reached a level of power in which few could match. Despite all of her powers and abilities, Aisha Clan was a novice compared to Kojiro. She lacked both the experience and training. Aisha was seeing stars as she was back-handed back toward the wall. Her vision was swimming as she saw her opponent glowing with a blue aura. He then cupped his hands before him. Raging Tiger Bolt. What the? Aisha was slammed back as the key projectile exploded against her chest. She was sent flying back and crashed into another wall. She then slumped down as her line of sight began to dim. Just before she blacked out, she caught a glimpse of her opponent as he suddenly changed shape into that of a huge, black, saber-toothed cat and bounded away. "He's a Tarl. Tarl." I shot and slumped into unconsciousness. "Gene, look over there," Jim said as he plonked toward a rooftop. The others had converged on an area that was close to where I had run toward when the alarm sounded. They all gasped at the sight of Kojiro's tiger form as it let off a roar. "Whoa! It's even bigger than Aisha's transformed state." Jin gasped as he and the others watched the beast gracefully leap down from its perch and began to dash away. However, the crew of the Outlaw Star could not pursue it as they realized that they had to go look for their comrade and help put out the fire. Later, "Oi!" Aisha winced as Melthana wrapped a medicated bandage on her forehead. The rest of the group were gathered around her bed in the Outlaw Star. "So that guy you saw at the Verinda farm was really a Tarl?" Jim asked. "He had to be. No human could ever hurt me like that," Aisha said with anger. "When I see him again I'm going to..." "Ow, ow, ow." Melthana shook her head as she gently pushed Aisha back onto the bed. Now, you must rest and let your body heal up. I'll be fine. Just give me a while and I'll be as good as new. And when I get out of bed, I'm going to make that guy pay. He cheated by using some kind of doll spell on me." "Doll spell?" Suzuka asked with interest. "He blasted me with some kind of energy from his hands. It must have been a doll spell 'cause it really stung." Aisha winced again as another stinging ache was felt in her chest. Regular weapons don't have much effect on an immortal Tarl, but you guys know that casters and doll spells can hurt us pretty badly. And he threw some pretty mean punches too. "I don't know," Suzuka said slowly. "He didn't strike me as knowing any Dao magic. Well, whatever or whoever he is, he's our man, and if we expect to collect that million won, then we have to bring him down," Jean said. Meanwhile, in orbit around Tiberius Ivy. "So this is where you think Kojiro is?" Ranma asked. Ranma nodded. "Yeah, this is the only planet that the transporter could have sent him to. Well, we'd better prepare to make a landing. Who knows what we'll encounter down there." End of Part 1. To be concluded in Part 2. Author's notes. Well, what do you think of the first part of the first chapter of the side stories of the Great Crossover Crisis? Give me some more suggestions and ideas for future episodes. Less than PNG border equals 0 height equals 1 src equals double quote crisis.ss1 underscore files slash visit.gif width equals 1 greater than asterisk chapter 2 asterisk catfist star part 2 crossover crisis side story 1 disclaimer. Ranma 1/2 and all the other characters mentioned in this story belong to someone else. I think that says it all. Thoughts asterisk asterisk, computer responses be Ranma, Fighting Blind Ranma T Ranma, Ranma Prototype T Ranma, Dragon Child Draco P Ranma, Fist of the Pikachu Trainer Kojiro, Cat Fist Fury Cat Fist Star Part to Flashback. Do you have to go? Alex asked with sadness as Kojiro began packing his belongings, which only included some survival gear and supplies that he had obtained since he came to Tiberius Ivy. I'm afraid so, Alex. Kojiro replied. I have to move on, since there will be some people coming after me now, and I don't want you or your mother getting involved or hurt. Can't you stay? Please? Alex pled as he grabbed hold of the cat fist fighter's legs. In the short time since he had come to the Verinda farm, the boy had come see him as a kind of big brother. Alex, I'm sorry, but I have to leave. Take good care of your mother for me. End of flashback. Kojiro had hated to leave like that, but ever since that encounter with Aisha Clan, he had no choice but to vacate the premises. His identity was now known and he didn't want Alex and his mother involved. He had been striking in secret at the mining company that threatened to force them and the other farmers from their lands to mine the dragonite underneath. However, such an excavation would ruin the remaining fertile areas on the planet. Kojiro sighed again as he continued to hike toward the nearby town. He figured that he had earned enough money from working at the farm to pay for a room at the inn for a week or so. He could continue to attack the Galaxy Mining Corporation, but now that they saw his face, he couldn't to attack with impunity. Kojiro continued to consider his options. Now that he no longer lived at the Verinda residence, he had to think about what to do to help Alex and the other farmers, if he could help them now. Those sneak attacks he had been doing on Galaxy had slowed it down, but not stopped it. Then there were also those strangers that Galaxy had hired to hunt him down. That Tarl girl had proven to be quite an opponent, and there were those others that he had to watch out for as well. His mind then began to wander as he thought about his counterparts, where they were and what they were doing. I wonder what those other 4 versions of me are doing now. Speaking of whom. So where do we start looking for him? Kobe asked as he and his counterparts disembarked from the ship at the landing port near the Galaxy Corporation mining complex. Coincidentally, they were parked near the Outlaw Star. Well, the first thing to do is to check in with the head of this mining facility. T. Ranma replied as they began walking toward the main office. According to the reports, that huge monster cat has been specifically attacking this place for the past week or so. If it is our feline friend, then the people here should be able to give us the scoop on where he might be. Why would Kojiro attack the mining corporation? Doesn't make any sense. Draco commented. We don't know if it is Kojiro. T. Ranma said. How many giant saber-toothed tigers do you know of? Trainer asked. Remember, we're on another planet in another universe. Saber-tooths may be a common sight. We'll know soon enough. Prototype remarked. If you're here for the bounty, then you 4 lookalikes have some competition. the head executive said as he briefed the Ranmas on the situation. Yesterday, a group came in on that red grappler ship out there and they tell me that they're very close in finding that big cat that's been ripping up this facility. Do you have any pictures of it? Yep. Last night, one of the outer perimeter scanners got our first image of that monster. I didn't believe the stories that the workers had told me, but once I saw it, I had to admit that it was one big cat. He flipped a switch and a nearby monitor began showing some fuzzy images of a large black shape bounding toward the outside wall. The picture then cleared up as the east let off a roar before disappearing into the night. Draco, prototype and trainer narrowed their eyes as the technological Ranma leaned over to Kobe and whispered to him, "That's our tiger all right." The CEO nodded as he switched off the monitor. That first group of bounty hunters told me this morning that it might be a renegade Tarl. Tarl? Trainer asked. It's a race of lycanthropes or metamorphs. Ranma supplied. You know about them? Draco inquired. Ranma nodded. When we first arrived, I read up on the races that inhabited the neighboring sectors. Yeah, well anyway, if you want that 1 million long, then you'd better hurry. The Galaxy executive said. That first group promised to bring in that cat by today and they've got a Tarl named Aisha Clan on their team. Tarl are a lot stronger than humans and can change into those huge beasts. That big cat doesn't stand a chance. Don't be too sure about that. Prototype said quietly as he and the others left the office. Once they were outside of the complex, the four began discussing among themselves. So what now? Draco asked. First thing on the agenda is to get to Kojiro before those bounty hunters do. If we hear his side of the story, then maybe we can straighten out this situation. Prototype replied. You think Kojiro is in danger if he fights with those bounty hunters? The Pokemon trainer asked. Mumber, Kobe said. More like those bounty hunters are in danger if Kojiro fights with them. Prototype nodded. Yeah, I'd say so. I'd read up on the Tarl when we arrived in this universe. They're pretty similar to what Kojiro had told us about the feline and the lycanthropes of his world, but unlike the Tarl, feline fighters are more seasoned and are capable of killing even a supposedly immortal Tarl. Those lycanthropes may be tough, but they aren't totally invulnerable. Koga nodded. I've been sparring with Kojiro and his Nekoken fighting style is one of the most lethal and effective methods of combat ever. It is one of the few schools to rival even the Unseen Light. He's even more deadly in his cat form, but he's at his best in his hybrid form. His key techniques aren't quite as refined as mine, but he's got huge stores of it and he can hurt even magical beings. His aura is combined with mystical energies, either from his experience at Juzenkyo or from his training from the goddess based at. A goddess? Trainer asked. Yes, a goddess. Kojiro told me about his training. Koga replied. Ranma nodded in agreement. I've scanned those energies in him as well. So it would be safer for everyone if we got to our feline friend first. Draco said. Bingo. Prototype affirmed. Those bounty hunters had better have some good life insurance if they find him before we do. They'll hunt him down like a cornered, wounded animal, and there's nothing more dangerous, especially when he's capable of ripping through titanium armor. Kojiro sat down in his rented room at the town inn, thinking about his next move. He knew that Galaxy had to be stopped, but what he could do now? He couldn't continue with his guerrilla attacks on the mining facility, and it would only be a matter of time before those bounty hunters caught up with him. It was at that moment that his sixth sense began to warn him that he was being watched. He got up and looked around, but could see nothing. On an opposite roof, just outside the range of Kadrio's range of vision, Jim Dawkins was peering through a pair of high-powered binoculars. Behind him, Jean and the rest of the crew of the Outlaw Star stood by, with the exception of Melfina, who stayed behind in the ship. "That's him all right," the young boy said as he lowered the instrument from his eyes and turned to his comrades. They had visited the Verinda farm to question and slash or capture Kojiro, but when they learned that he was gone, they tracked him down to the inn he was staying at. Now they were planning how to take the catfist fighter down. "Just let me at him. I'll drag him to the Galaxy and collect that $1,000,000 won," Aisha said as she flexed her muscles. "Oh sure you will," Jean said with some sarcasm. "And what makes you think that you won't have your tail handed to you again?" "HMPF. He just caught me off guard, that's all. I'm ready for him this time," the Tarl girl said as she gazed at the inn in which Kojiro was staying at. She had fully recovered from her bout with him the previous night. "He won't be able to use that Dao magic on me again after I've pounded him into the ground." "Are you certain that it was a Dao spell that he used on you last night?" Suzuka asked. "And he doesn't look like a Tarl either. I'm telling you, Suz, it couldn't have been anything else. He has to be a Tarl or some other kind of shapeshifter. I saw him transform. And I'm telling you again, not to call me Suz," the assassin said with irritation. "So what's the plan, Jean?" Jim asked. Starwine shrugged as he unholstered his caster gun and chambered around. "I figure that a number 17 shell should do the job. One shot and we'll be able to take him back to the Galaxy and collect that reward. All we have to do is to wait for him to leave that inn and make sure that no other innocent people get in the way. We'll take up positions around the area and tail him when he comes out. Simple really." He then cast a glare toward Aisha. "Try to control yourself, Aisha, when we face off against him. We don't need another animal rampagging in the streets." "Who are you calling an animal?" Kojiro became even more edgy. He just couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. However, there were other pressing matters to attend to, such as the fact that his stomach was rumbling. It had been some time since he had eaten and he could smell some enticing aromas coming from a nearby restaurant. He needed to eat. He had burned off a lot of calories the previous night and needed to build up his strength. The feliner were similar to the turtle in the fact that their bodies were hypermetabolic and used up tremendous amounts of energy in combat. However, with their control over ki, feliner possessed greater endurance and could engage in prolonged battles as well as multiple transformations. Kojiro's fight against White Claw was proof of that. However, Kojiro shared the same trait that three of his counterparts shared, the famous Sodom stomach. He needed food, and he needed it now. He thought about it for a long while, then decided to take the chance and venture outside. On the outskirts of town, the blind Ranma led his counterparts as he used his extraordinary senses to track down the missing member of their team. "Are you sure he's here?" Ranma nodded. "As you guys know, my sense of smell is just as good as Kojiro's, and I can tell by the imprints that his Urhag left behind that he's passed by here recently. The trail can't be more than half a day old. We're getting close. Hey, Bjorn." The four Ranmas quickly gazed over to where the explosion occurred and then looked over to each other. "Call me crazy, but I think that we might find Kojiro over there," Ranma said as he gestured with a thumb in the direction of the disturbance. The three other Ranmas nodded as they all started running. "I can't believe that you missed, Gene," Jim exclaimed as they both ran down an alley after the quarry. "Hey, I didn't know that he could move that fast," the bounty hunter replied as he loaded another caster shell into his weapon. "Where's Aisha and Suzuka?" They both split up to try and cut off that guy's escape. "Right." Gene then cocked his gun and continued running. Suzuka had her wooden blade held at the ready as she ran down another alley in search of the one who was worth 1,000,000 won, dead or alive. She was very interested in their prey and the way he moved. This was no ordinary opponent they were up against, and she was curious as to see how her skills would compare to his. After seeing that display of skills the day before, she was anxious to see what he could really do. He might even prove to be one of the few men that could match her own abilities. What she didn't know, but was about to find out, was that Kojiro wasn't the only person who could match her. Just as she reached the middle of the alley, a figure dropped down from above and made a silent landing in front of her, blocking her away. The beautiful assassin stopped in her tracks and went into a ready pose with her weapon held out as she assessed the person in front of her. He looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. His build was lean, yet had a muscular frame. Not bulky like a weightlifter's build, but more like a gymnast's. He had long black hair tied up in a loose ponytail and held out a 5-foot metal staff. He too was in a ready stance, and she could tell that he wasn't some hired thug, but someone of exceptional skills. What caught her attention the most was his appearance and how similar he was to Kojiro. "You will not pass," Ranma said quietly as he twirled his staff in front of him. "I do not know who you are, but you would do well to stand aside. I have very important business to attend to." Suzuka emphasized her point with her weapon aimed at him. "Sorry, can't let you do that. That big cat you're after happens to be a good friend of mine. You want him, then you'll have to get by me." The unseen light fighter emphasized his point by pointing his weapon at her. Suzuka's eyes narrowed as she continued to assess her adversary. There was a long silence between them as they prepared to do battle. Suzuka was confident of her abilities and was certain that she could defeat this young one. That is, until the blind Ranma began powering up his aura. Now things got interesting. Jean addressed the three lookalikes in front of him and Jim. "Hey pal, I don't know who you guys are, but we've got some really important things to do right now, so if you don't mind. Sorry, but we can't let you get our feline friend," Draco said as he made his katana, Crimson Fang, appear. Ranma stepped forward. Behind them, Ranma, with Raiden on his shoulder, was already powering up. "This is as far as you go," Prototype stated as he causally made his CXC-1900 Sonic Blaster rifle appear. Gene gritted his teeth as he clutched his caster gun. It seems that his usual luck was holding. "I've been waiting for this chance," Aisha said as she once again faced off against Kojiro in a dead-end alley. "This time I'm ready for you." She then began to morph into her more bestial state. Her fingers elongated into claws, her form increased in muscle mass, and a tail appeared at the small of her back. Kojiro's eyes narrowed as he let off a low growl and began focusing his own power. This time, he wasn't going to hold back as much. "Let's see if the little kitten can use her claws." The Catfist fighter then shifted to his hybrid form. "YLWZA. I am Twilight Suzuka. I am Ranma of the Joksuzoku." Introductions had been made and the battle began. Suzuka charged forward with her wooden sword and made a series of intricate slashes and thrusts that would have dragged Takewaki Kuno on his knees and groveling. However, her opponent easily sensed each of the attacks and dodged every one of them. He also made a few countering moves of his own, and the assassin had to push herself a bit to avoid the end of his staff. After trading a few dozen strikes in the span of a couple of heartbeats, the two leapt away from each other to get more fighting room. Ranma went into a modified crane stance with his staff held high as Suzuka stood in a standard pose with her weapon held out in front. "Very impressive," Suzuka allowed. She had used some of her more advanced sword techniques, and the team had countered or dodged every one of them. "Your skills are very impressive for such a young man. You're not too bad yourself," Ranma remarked. Her skills outstripped Kuno's kendo skills by light years and could probably give the elders or his old mentor Kobe a good workout. He could sense high-key control in her, but he could also sense a potential weakness in her fighting skills. A weakness that she shared with the so-called Blue Thunder. "You have the potential to become a great warrior, Ranma of the Joksuzoku. If you wish to attain that potential, then you will stand aside," Suzuka warned as she prepared to unleash a special technique. "I told you before, I will not let you pass," the blind fighter affirmed as he readied himself. "You want that tiger? Then you will have to defeat me first. So be it." the swordswoman said as she lashed out with sword and caused a blast of wind to slice toward him like a battering ram. Ranma dodged the technique after his sixth sense warned him of the buildup of ki. The pressurized blast of air impacted hard on the alley wall behind him, causing it to crumble. He leapt high and let loose his own technique, making a storm of 36 throwing stars hurtle down toward her. Sasuke's eyes widened as she barely got her light shield up to deflect the deadly projectiles. Where had that youth pulled out those shurikens? To her eyes, they seemed to have appeared out of thin air. After the last of the throwing stars rebounded off, she saw her opponent leaping down toward her with his staff thrust out. The end of the weapon hit hard against her light shield and she felt the circuits begin to heat up. She could feel that the teen was actually focusing his ki into his staff in the same manner that she did with her sword. The light shield began to overheat and she knew that it couldn't hold out forever. In the split second before the protection device burned itself out, she dropped it and brought out her sword to counter Ranma's staff. However, that was the moment in which Ranma suddenly split into two images. Sasuke's blade thrust into the space between the two Ranmas. Then the two became 4. Then they became 8 and then 16. The assassin then found herself being surrounded by multiple images of her adversary as they floated and started spinning around her in a wide circle. What the? Behold the splitting cat hairs technique! Ranma exclaimed from within the illusion. Sasuke looked from one image to another as they spun about her. She then closed her eyes and stood in concentration. A very nice trick, but you shall not defeat me with such a simple illusion. Ranma smiled as he sensed how she was concentrating her inner energies. That's right. Just keep concentrating all your power in one move. It was at that Sasuke lashed out with her sword at the real Ranma, causing the other images of himself to disappear. In the nanosecond before the blade touched him, he swerved to his right and let the sword pass under his right arm. He winced as the ki-enhanced blade ripped his shirt and slashed his side, but at that instant, he brought his arm down and trapped her weapon under it while dropping his own staff. With his left hand, he lashed out while leaning back, pulling Sasuke forward. His left index finger jabbed a nerve cluster near one of Sasuke's wrists, causing the hand to open up reflexively. He then sent a kick to her stomach, driving her back and causing her to lose her grip on her weapon. Living with the Amazons for 8 years had taught the sightless martial artist to get over his reluctance to hit females. You are mine now. Before Sasuke could react, Ranma lashed forward with blurring motions. KDCHUDNSHINGAMAGUHIKN. Sasuke felt dozens of jabs to her chest, arms, legs and abdomen, then suddenly felt her entire body lock into stiffness. She then heard her sword clatter to the pavement and felt 2 fingers pressed against either side of her neck. Ranma now stood behind his paralyzed foe with both of his index fingers positioned on some very special areas on her neck. You lose. Sasuke gasped as she heard those words. No. I can't have lost. Not again. Face it, You lost. Ranma said simply. The shiatsu technique I used on you will keep all of your voluntary skeletal muscles rigid for 30 minutes. A very effective attack, don't you think? And my fingers are now positioned onto very important power points. If I apply the right amount of pressure, it will cause your medulla oblongata to cease working. I happen to have extensive medical training. If I use this lethal technique, you can kiss all of your vital autonomic functions goodbye. Breathing, heartbeat and circulatory flow will stop in an instant. It's not a very pleasant way to join your ancestors. How could you have? Easy. Ranma replied as he removed his fingers from her neck and stepped away from her. He winced as he held his injured side while bending down to pick up his weapon. Your techniques are very impressive, but you rely too much on your weapon. Take the sword away and you have put at a serious disadvantage. Your swordsmanship is excellent, but you leave no room for the unexpected. I used that illusion technique to force you into a position in which I could disarm you. You really should learn to rely on yourself, for a weapon is no more than a mere tool. He then began concentrating his energies and began taking slow measured breaths as he invoked a healing technique. The wound on his side then closed up before Suzuka's astonished eyes. "You're a Tao master?" Ranma then shook his head as he turned around and walked away from his still paralyzed opponent. "I'm not much of a magic user, but I do know a few tricks. Thank you, Sophile. That healing spell comes in handy. Until we meet again, Twilight Suzuka." "Look out, Jim!" Jim shouted as he and his partner dug for cover. Ranma was laying down a withering barrage, forcing the two to take shelter behind a nearby trash bin. "Where does this guy get his weapons?" Jim exclaimed as he ducked to avoid a volley of armor-piercing shells. "Doesn't this guy ever run out of ammo?" He had barely gotten off a few shots with his gun, when the technological Ranma opened up with his sonic blaster rifle, then began switching between different weaponry to keep his opponent pinned down and guessing. Ranma and Draco were also launching ki blasts and electrical attacks. Gene and his partner thought that they were up against a couple of Tao magic users as well. "Gene, you are going to have to try the caster." Gene winced. He hated to use his most powerful weapon since he only had a limited number of shells and those things were expensive. He had already wasted one when Kojiro got away. However, there seemed to be no alternative. Ranma wasn't letting up the barrage and the weapons he was using were far more advanced than any he had seen before. He loaded his weapon with a number 12 round and then waited for a chance to fire it. He then popped up and fired the weapon. The spell contained within the shell lanced out toward the technological Ranma. However, the shot would never reach him. Draco simply intercepted the blast with the flat of his mystic blade. Crimson Fang easily dispersed the attack as it had been forged in the fires of the Dragon World. Ranma and Raiden then fired off a volley of ki blasts and electric bolts to force Gene to duck back down. "Damn it!" Gene gritted as he loaded a number 10 shell into his caster. Looks like they've got a couple of Dow Masters with them. Why not try those number 9s? Gene asked as he furiously worked at his laptop, trying to determine any weak points to their foes. Those things suck the life out of the user. They really hurt. Gene fired off his weapon, but once again, the blast was deflected by Ranma's katana. Ranma saw that they were wasting time and took out a pokeball. He tossed it over their opponent's head and waited for it to release his ally. The device popped open and out came his Golduck. Sea Storm. Disabled. The evolved form of a Seduct nodded as he focused his mental powers on their adversaries. The two found themselves paralyzed as their bodies became stiff like statues. What the? Gene, I can't move. Now, use confusion. Gene and Jim were levitated into the air and then were sent flying toward each other. Their heads knocked against each other and the two fell to the ground unconscious. The Golduck then struck a victory pose and gave his master a thumbs up as Trainer held out his Pokeball. Good work, Sea Storm. Return. After collecting his Pokemon, he gestured to his counterparts to continue their search for Kojiro. The others nodded as they ran off to find their missing comrade. Kojiro was a bit nervous as he saw the strange look that Aisha was giving him. He would much rather have her fighting him to the death. Once he had triggered his transformation to his hybrid form, the pheromones that his new form gave off were having quite an effect on the Tarl female. In her more bestial state, Aisha's sense of smell and more primitive instincts were heightened, and when she got a good whiff of those pheromones, ROWR, go away! The four other Ranmas heard Kojiro's shout and ran toward the sound. They almost collided into their companion as he was frantically trying to escape from his pursuer. He was still in his hybrid form. Kojiro, where have you? Draco began. Guys, am I glad to see you. We've been looking all over the galaxy for you and... Ranma said, but the Catfist fighter cut him off. Never mind. I'll explain everything later. Prototype. Get us out of here with that transporter of yours. Huh? But, hurry. Do it now. Ranma was about to ask further, but then picked up someone approaching their location. Seeing that they had found their counterpart, it wasn't necessary to stick around any longer. Computer, activate transporter and beam us back to the ship. Affirmative. The five Ranmas winked out, just as Aisha came onto the scene and looked around. More. Now where did that hunky Tarl go? Sometime later. So that's the whole story. Kojiro finished as he took a sip of tea inside Ranma's ship. So that's why you've been attacking the Galaxy Mining Complex? To keep them from forcing those farmers off their land? Ranma asked. The Nakokan martial artist nodded as he took another sip of tea. That's right. Alex and his mother had been real good to me when I first came here. If those miners dig up the Dragonite underneath their property and all the others, then the remaining lands would become unsuitable for farming. If that happens, then you can kiss this planet goodbye for colonization. Ranma finished. I made a geological scan of this world and you're right. Without fertile lands, this planet would become a barren wasteland. All the previous excavations had taxed this planet's natural resources to its limit in their search for dragonite. Yeah, and since Alex's family and all the other farmers are on top of the largest vein of dragonite on this world, Galaxy has been trying to strong-arm them into selling their properties. A couple of days after I arrived here, a couple of Galaxy's thugs came in and tried to blow up their equipment and farming supplies. And that's when the demon tiger first showed up, eh? Draco said with a knowing smile. Kojiro nodded as he replied. I'd been secretly making nightly attacks and tying up their operations, but now that I'd been identified, it was at that moment that he realized something and his face went pale. Oh no. I just thought of something. What is it? Kobe asked. If I'm not there, then there's no one to stop Galaxy from forcing Alex's family and the other farmers off their land. Well then, I guess it's up to us to stop them. Ranma said without hesitation. You mean, you guys are going to help me? Kojiro asked. You believe me? I had no reason not to. The unseen light fighter said as he shrugged. Remember, that I can sense when someone is telling me an untruth. Oh, I don't agree with your views on the Amazons, and you're a little on the wild side. I have also known you as an honest person and will do what needs to be done. Ranma nodded after his bioscanners had analyzed Kojiro's voice stress, heart rate and breathing. He then gestured to a nearby monitor. I'm inclined to agree with our visually challenged friend. Besides, there was something odd about Galaxy that prompted me to do some research after Ranma mentioned it to me. I had my ship's computers hack into the company's files while we were in town and they found some very interesting facts. Like what? Trainer inquired. Like the fact that Galaxy had some dealings with some shady characters, especially during recent times with the K-Pirates. The K-Pirates? Draco asked. Yes, and they have been frequenting this sector for some time now. The authorities in this area have been giving them a hard time, and if they get their hands on a large amount of something like dragonite, that could tip the balance in their favor. And this sector is strategically located near several other very important systems which are heavily involved in shipping, arms and research development. If the K-Pirates were to get a foothold in this sector, then they could dominate the surrounding planetary systems. That could spell bad news for everyone else. So it's really important to keep Galaxy from getting at that dragonite. Draco concluded. Very important. Ranma affirmed as he began powering up his ship's engines. We'd better get to those farmers before Galaxy does. What about that group of bounty hunters we ran into? Trainer asked as he and the others strapped into their seats. We'll deal with them if we meet up with them again, which I'm pretty sure we will. Ranma replied as his ship took off for the farmlands. A few minutes later, at the farm where Kojiro had stayed. No, you can't. Alex's mother said as she pushed her son behind her. With the beleaguered family were the other farmers and landowners. In front of them were the bulldozers, demolition teams and hired thugs of the Galaxy Mining Corporation. Tension was rising between the two sides and it was about to erupt into violence. Unfortunately, the farmers were only armed with pitchforks, hoes and other agricultural implements, as well as some small arms. The Galaxy men were armed with high-tech weapons, heavy machinery and outnumbered the defenders 2-1. Furthermore, they had no qualms about causing serious injury or even death to their opponents. They had nothing to fear now that the monster tiger was gone. Last chance, people. The CEO addressed the farmers with a cruel edge to his voice. Now we've been nice so far and have made several generous offers for your lands. More than 3 times than what they are worth. Now why don't you all be sensible and you don't fool us? Alex's mother spat back. We know that there's a huge deposit of dragonite under these lands, but we're not going to be forced off our property. If you mine these areas, then all the usable farmlands will be ruined. This planet will become a wasteland. The towns need the farms to survive on. Come now, the CEO said as he made one last attempt to sway Alicia and the others. You could all end up very well off from this. With the money that we're offering, you can buy anything that you could ever want. What good is a pile of wong on a ruined planet? Alicia countered. We don't need your money. The farms and the lands have provided for the people for generations. Our ancestors came to this world to build a new life here. They had to work hard and sacrifice a great deal to cultivate the lands and make it fertile enough for farming. We were just fine doing without any outside help, and we certainly didn't need some big mining company coming in and destroying what took our forefathers decades to create. The crowds behind Alicia all cheered and shouted out their support. They were not going to be intimidated. They were willing to die to protect what was theirs. However, it seemed that it was going to come to just that situation. The CEO shrugged as he gestured to his men to prepare to attack. Oh well. I had hoped that it wouldn't have to come to this. However, I happen to have made some major investments on this world and I am not going to let a bunch of dirt farmers stop me now. If you won't leave peacefully, then we're going to have to do this the hard way. He turned to the hooded woman who was standing behind him and addressed her. Tell your employers to bring in their ships to receive their dragonite. It shouldn't take more than an hour to clear this planet of these vermin. The woman nodded as she took out a small signaling device from her robes and tapped in a coded message. The executive then nodded to his men and was about to give the order to open fire when suddenly a huge gust of wind was swept up as Ranma's ship zoomed overhead. Everyone on the ground looked up as they saw the cruiser come to a stop several dozens of feet above their heads. Then one of the hatches opened up and they saw someone leap out of the ship and hurtle down toward the ground. 4 more figures leapt out after the first person and that was when they saw the first jumper begin to shift his form. A huge roar was heard and Kojiro landed on the ground as cats usually did, on all 4 feet. The workers and hired goons all panicked and scrambled back a bit as they got their first look at the monster tiger of Tiberius Isley in broad daylight. Then the other 4 Ranmas landed beside their feline ally and took battle stances. Ranma had twin concussion rifles held up, along with shoulder-mounted particle blasters. Draco's sword Crimson Fang flashed in the sunlight. Beside him, Ranma's staff also blinked as the blind fighter took up a ready position. Trainer stood on the other side with battle aura flashing and one hand on his belt of pokeballs. Raiden stood beside him near his feet and charged up his electric cheek pouches. The 5 interdimensional Ranmas stood poised and ready between the farmers and the Galaxy Mining Corporation. The CEO glared at the 5 with an irritated expression. "What are you doing here with that monster? I thought I hired you to hunt that thing. I don't remember agreeing to any such deal." Prototype then turned to the others. "How about you guys?" "Nope," Draco replied. "Can't recall such a thing." Ranma said. "Mumber," Trainer said. "Pika," Raiden affirmed. Kojiro let off a menacing growl. Ranma nodded as he addressed the CEO once more. "I did some background checking on your operations in this system. We know all about your little scheme to give the Dragonite to the K-Pirates. If they get a hold of the Dragonite deposits here, they'll be able to overrun the local law enforcement here and take over this sector. Tiberius Isley would become a wasteland after you've mined out those last deposits. The planet would become unsuitable for colonization, but it would still be a good base of operations for the K-Pirates to invade this sector." The farmers, including the Verinda family, gasped in horror at the true purpose behind Galaxy's actions. The technological Ranma nodded as he continued. "Right now, this planet and the surrounding areas are considered neutral territory between the K-Pirates and their rivals, because of the local law enforcement had been keeping them under control, and that the planet was primarily an agricultural world. They had no real reason to bother with Tiberius Isley. That is, until the survey team of the Galaxy Mining Corporation discovered that the planet had huge deposits of high-density, naturally occurring Dragonite. The K-Pirates want that, but since the planet belongs to the inhabitants, Galaxy couldn't mine this place legally. So that's why they've been trying to force us to sell our lands." Alicia exclaimed. "Right. But you people knew that Dragonite mining would ruin the fragile ecosystem of this world. All of the farmlands would be rendered useless after Galaxy had dug up every last fragment of Dragonite here." He glared back at the greedy CEO. "But that doesn't matter to you, now does it? You don't care if the K-Pirates were to overrun this sector and that the neighboring systems would be put into jeopardy if they do." The executive snorted and nodded. "That's right. I don't care about that. This is strictly business. The K-Pirates happen to be my best customers at present, and they are willing to pay a great deal of money to get the high-quality Dragonite that's beneath us. I've invested far too much to be stopped now by an overgrown pussycat, some interloping bounty hunters and a bunch of dirt farmers. In any case, there's nothing that the four of you and that monster can do. Make that 5 of us, Trainer stated. At that moment, the saber-toothed tiger let off another roar and shifted back into his human form. Kojiro. Alex piped up as he saw his friend. Wow! You really are a Tarl. The cat-fist fighter smiled at the boy and took a stance. Well, not really, but I'm with the others. He then growled at the head of Galaxy as he shifted to his hybrid form. I'm not going to let you hurt these people or steal their lands. The CEO's eyes widened as he saw the person who had been harassing his company for over a week, but then sneered at him. So, you're the one who had been costing me so much time and money. Well, killing you here saves me the trouble of paying off those bounty hunters. Not that I intended to pay them that million won anyway. When the K-Pirates arrived to collect their shipment of Dragonite, I was planning to have them eliminate that lot. It seems that the crew of the Outlaw Star is very high on their wanted lists. Just like a rotten snake to go back on his word, Draco stated. On a nearby ridge, Gene and his party were in a state of shock. They had just arrived at the place to catch the entire exchange between Galaxy and the 5 Ranmas. Jim had set up his laptop with a listening antenna and amplified the conversation. Did you hear that, Gene? The boy said. That lousy rat was going to double-cross us. He wasn't going to pay us that million won. Yeah, and now we know why this sector is so important to the Galaxy. They were planning to sell out the planet to the K-Pirates. It looks like those guys were right in protecting that Tarl. Guess he wasn't a renegade. Hey, I shot. Gene turned to address the Tarl and was surprised to see the Catwoman with a starry look on her face. I shot. What's the matter with you? Aisha said nothing as she continued to drool at the sight of Kojiro's hybrid form and thoughts of what yummy things she could with that sexy feliner. Suzuka was also silent as she gazed at Ranma. Enough talk. The CEO then signaled to attack. Kill them all. At that instant, Ranma took out a small device that resembled a floppy disk and tossed it behind him. The device landed in front of the farmers and projected a shaft of light, which immediately expanded into a dome of energy. The force field began protecting the civilians as shots from pulse rifles and laser pistols began firing from the Galaxy men. At that moment, the 5 Ranmas exploded into action. I never saw a light shield like that one before, Gene remarked as soon as the energy dome appeared. It's more advanced than the latest military models, Jim said as he used his computer to analyze the protective field. I can't determine its main power source or wavelength. It's absorbing energy and projectile shots like they were nothing. The boy then looked up and saw that 2 of their team were gone. Hey, where did Aisha and Suzuka go? I can guess, Jim. Come on. Gene Starwine then brought out his gun and ran down the ridge, followed by his partner. Ranma easily dodged the shots being fired into his direction as he closed in on a group from the right. Using his staff to deflect incoming blasts, the blind fighter launched himself into a sidekick, plowing into two of his opponents and knocking them back. He then pivoted on one foot to take out a third and drove one end of his weapon into the gut of a fourth. Just as he took out another three more with his staff, he sensed the approach of three more coming in from behind to bushwhack him. However, he also sensed someone coming in from behind them. Whack! Thump! Wham! The three men fell face first onto the ground as Twilight Suzuka stood with her sword held out. The unseen white fighter tensed up as he recognized his unexpected ally. The assassin smiled back at him and said, "Consider that as a show of respect between true warriors. A small favor if you will." It was at that moment that she heard a sound and a whoosh of air behind her. However, a nanosecond later she had another series of sounds. FFFFFT. PHUNK. Clang. Suzuka then turned around and saw that a military techno-tiger had tried to get her from behind. However, the machine was now twitching on the ground and throwing off sparks. It had a throwing spike embedded in its steel cranium which had pierced its main CPU. She turned back to a smiling blind Ranma. Favor returned. Ranma wasted no time in blasting away at his opponents. For the most part, the men that the Galaxy executive had hired began running off as soon as the technological martial artist opened fire with incredible accuracy. Men found their weapons being shot out of their hands and got the message that Prototype could have easily have aimed for them instead of their guns. The heavy machinery that they had brought with them were also easy targets as the intergalactic troubleshooter blew them away. As Prototype continued to blast away, he began hearing gunshots off to one side and glanced in that direction. He nodded as he saw Gene Starwind joining in the fight and firing his own weapon. Knowing that they were no longer enemies, he started concentrating his fire to give support to the captain of the Outlaw Star. Aisha Clan let off a roar as she transformed into her more bestial form. At the same moment, 5 techno-tigers came at her. The Tarl readied her claws to do battle, but that was when a black shape suddenly blurred in front of her and she saw several flashes of light. Rip Claw Barrage. In less than a heartbeat, the machines fell apart into scrap metal before they completed their charge. Aisha was left speechless as she saw Kojiro in all of his hybrid glory. She then saw something large coming right at them. One of the Galaxy men had commandeered a large drilling machine and was driving it straight toward them. However, just as Aisha cried out, Kojiro charged at the huge industrial vehicle. He easily dodged the large drill module and delivered a powerful slash at the tip. Rip Claw Slash. The point had been a reinforced alloy composite, but it was sliced off like parchment. Then the Catfist fighter grasped the end and began pushing back, digging his feet into the ground. The vehicle tried to move forward, but the feliner kept pushing back with increasing force. The classic confrontation between irresistible force and immovable objects took place, but the Nakokan martial artist wouldn't dodge. A minute later the machine's engine overheated and shut down. Then the driver gasped as Kojiro braced himself against the machine and began straining to lift the 20-ton monster. Amazingly, the machine shuddered and then rose off the ground. The driver decided to bail out as the driller was held aloft. In his hybrid form, Kojiro's superhuman strength was more than 5 times greater than in his enhanced human body. Then he slammed the vehicle back down on the ground before upending it. He delivered a series of slashes to the broken digger to finish it off, reducing it into a heap of scrap iron. Aisha could only give off a low wolf whistle. Jean smiled as he took out another of Galaxy's thugs, but then felt a cold, foreboding presence behind him. He turned around and his eyes widened in shock as he saw who was standing there. "You! I thought you were dead." The hooded woman smiled at Jean and replied to him. "Ah yes. So we meet again," Jean star-whined. "And as handsome as ever. I don't believe that I properly introduced myself when we were both at the Galactic Ley Line. I am Hanmush, formerly of the Antan 7. I remember you." Jean gritted his teeth as he loaded his caster gun with a number 9 shell. "But I thought that shell you fired at me was quite an experience." The assassin cut him off. "An experience that I do not care to repeat. You took me by surprise and I went through a world of pain in which the likes you couldn't possibly imagine." Hanmush's voice became a bit bitter as she recalled the experience. "I would have been better off dead, but thanks to the energies of the Galactic Ley Line, I was able to eventually escape from that spell. Now you shall suffer even greater agony before you die." She then began chanting as she held up a fan in front of her. Jean wasted no time and fired off the number 9. At that moment, the woman let loose with a ball of mystic energy which impacted against Jean's blast. The bounty hunter felt an intense pain as the spell began stripping him of some of his life force. However, unlike the last time, Hanmush did not get sucked into the spell as the two attacks cancelled each other out. Jean gasped in pain as he saw that his foe had not been defeated. In fact, she was laughing at him. Surprised, Jean star-whined. "I had grown more powerful since we last met, and my experience at the Galactic Ley Line had taught me how to evade such spells that you had used. You will have to do much better than that." Jean gritted his teeth as he loaded a number 6 shell. His hands were trembling a bit and he was still feeling a lot of pain. Hanmush smiled as she saw him take aim. "Ah, resorting to a number 6 are we? And just how long will your life force hold out after you fire it?" She then began chanting again, building up a greater amount of mystic energy to counter Jean's next shot. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, his gun was snatched out of his hand. Jean looked over and saw Draco standing with his katana in one hand and his caster in the other. "Hey! Give that back! Take a rest, friend. I'll handle her." Ranma assured as he put himself between Jean and the former N-7 member. He then addressed the hooded woman. "Take your best shot. Fool. I don't know who you are, but you will die with him." She then released a massive blast of energy that resembled a ghost-like shape of a dragon. However, Draco simply shrugged as he held up a hand. Dragon WINDFIRE. The combined element of fire and wind magic formed a torrent of flames and swept up a hurricane blast of compressed air like a battering ram. Hanmosh's blast was cancelled out as she felt herself driven back from the mnemonic pressure of the wind attack. At that moment, Draco rushed forward with his sword at the ready. With one clean stroke, his blade sliced through her very being. However, the sword did not draw blood, but caused a flash of light which made the woman disappear. Hanmosh let off one final scream before she vanished from sight. Jean could only stare in amazement. What happened? Draco simply shrugged as he placed his sword back into its scabbard. "I placed a spell of banishment on my sword to turn her own mystical energies back on herself. She got shunted to wherever she was the last time, which to me looks like some kind of limbo." Jean smiled. "I get it. But now without the galactic ley line, she's permanently trapped there." The CEO saw that the battle was a losing one as his forces were steadily being picked off. Not only was that first band of bounty hunters turning against him, but those 5 strangers were systematically destroying all of his other forces. One of them was letting loose some strange creatures that were shocking, freezing, tossing, pounding or burning his men. The others were reducing all of his machines to junk, and the farmers were still being protected by that force field. He decided that it was time to leave and ran for his car. However, just as he came within 50 feet of it, a missile from Ranma's launcher came down and caused the car to go up into flames. He then turned and saw that the 5 Ranmas had just finished with mopping up with the rest of his forces and were now approaching him. "You haven't won yet." The CEO sneered as Ranma grabbed him by the front of his vest and hoisted him off the ground with one hand. "What you talking about?" Trainer asked as he stroked his Pikachu's ears as the electric mouse was perched on his shoulder. He had already recalled his other Pokémon. "All of your goons are either unconscious or deserted you. You don't have any more muscle left. That's what you think," the executive stated. "You may have beaten all of my men, but when the K-Pirates arrive, they'll blow you and everyone else off the surface of this planet." "The K-Pirates?" Prototype repeated. At that moment, Jean and the rest of his crew joined the others. Then Jim got a message on his laptop. He opened it up and gasped as he received the data from Jumai. Ever since they had arrived, the Outlaw Star had been patched into the surveillance satellites that orbit the planet, thereby increasing the range of their scanners. "Gene. He's right. Melton and Galoon have just picked up a lot of ships on the long-range scanners, heading toward this planet. He must have contacted them. Ada is around 20 minutes. Gene winced as he saw the readout. At the same time, Ranma also received confirmation from his own ship. Asterisk confirmed. Scanners indicate multiple spacecraft heading toward this sector. Approaching forces number at 20 ships, all identified as grapple-type K-pirate ships. Asterisk both Ranma and Jean's eyes met as they considered their options. Though they had initially met as enemies, they now stood together against a common foe. They both nodded and ran toward their ships, leaving the CEO in the custody of the farmers. 10 minutes later, both ships were now breaking free of the planet's gravity and were streaking off to meet with the K-pirates. Aboard the Outlaw Star, Gene was at his position at the grappler arm controls. Behind him, Melthana stood naked within the suspension pod as she computed all the navigational data. Suzuka and Aisha were at their positions on either side of Starwind while Jim sat in front of him. Gene flipped the retinal sensor in front of his right eye. Prepare for grappler combat. Jim, scatter the camera pods now. Aboard Ranma's ship, the technological martial artist was also preparing for space combat. Though the K-pirate ships didn't really pose much of a threat to him. After all, he had gone up against armadas that could blow away planets. He could simply tell the targeting computer to take them all out with the particle cannons and auto guns. However, he thought that when in Rome, do as the inhabitants do. He decided that this was the perfect opportunity to give the new enhancements a workout. Prepare for grappler combat, Prototype said. Kojiro then tapped him on the shoulder. Hey, Prototype. Mind if I give this grappler combat thing a go? Ranma shrugged. Kojiro was probably the best suited for this kind of operation. His close quarters fighting skills would be an asset. Okay. Kojiro, you'll take care of the grappler arms and the weapons. Ranma, you'll be in charge of navigation and the sensors. I'll take care of steering. Draco and Trainer, you'll both be handling the other weapon systems not involved with the grappler arms. The other Ranmas nodded as they took their positions. Ranma then flipped the switch which activated the ship's new grappler arms and armaments. The liquid metal arms then took shape and the ends became blonde, forming claw-like appendages which mimicked Kojiro's own claws, which suited him just fine. Ki energy flowed into the arms. His prototype mentally commanded the systems to patch into the Catfist fighter's inner power. Gene, look at that. Jin gestured to the monitor at Ranma's craft. Whoa! That ship has grappler arms too. Never saw that kind of design though. The grappler arms of that ship does not conform to any known design. Jillian announced. I cannot identify what materials they are made of and that will evacuate. Enemy contacts will arrive in less than 30 seconds and alert! Enemy has launched multiple missiles. Launching anti. Before Jin could complete his sentence, Ranma's ship then suddenly accelerated forward and cupped its grapplered hands together. A ball of light appeared in front of the palms as the crew of the Outlaw Star watched and awed. Raging Tiger Bolt. The key projectile, amplified by the ship's systems, blasted forth and struck the first of the missiles, causing them to detonate. At the same time, Trainer and Draco fired several dozen autocannon rounds and laser bolts to take out the remaining missiles. The craft then maneuvered with incredible agility as Kojiro brought his Makoken-style grappler combat moves to bear. One pirate didn't know what hit him as he suddenly found that his grappler arms had been severed when that strange craft flashed. A second later, his entire ship suddenly split in two and exploded. Two more pirates shared the same fate as Ranma's ship passed by them. First their weapons were shredded like newspaper, and then their ships followed suit, exploding moments later after they fell apart. Look at that Jean. He's not even using any grappler weapons. He's cutting them up like they were nothing. Jean was rendered speechless as he watched Ranma's ship execute an extreme turn and cut apart two more K-pirate ships. In less than 30 seconds, the number had been whittled down from 20 to 15 ships. However, Jean was shaken out of his stupor when a couple of pirate ships decided to charge them. Though he did not have the slashing and key abilities of his ally, he was no slouch when it came to manipulator arms. The K-pirates soon found that out the hard way when the Outlaw Star took out its grappler weapons and began returning fire. 20 seconds later, the two pirate craft became drifting wreckages. Kojiro let off a roar as his grappler arms slashed open another pirate ship and then charged at a trio that were coming at the 5 o'clock position. The center ship let loose with a barrage of missiles while the other two took out huge hand-to-hand combat weapons with blades. However, Kojiro was undeterred as he focused his ki once again. Unlike other grappler ships, the controls to his manipulator arms were cybernetically linked to his nervous system and could duplicate his claw techniques. The missiles were disposed of as Kojiro employed his Tiger Claw Frenzy technique to slice each one in half, separating the warheads from their engines. Just as the two outer ships brought their blade weapons up, they were cut apart with direct claw slashes. The middle ship tried to evade, but one of Prototype's grappler arms dug its claws into the hull and the smaller arms came out to take control of the pirates' main systems. Kojiro then aimed the front of his captive ship at the other pirates and fired off the remaining stores of missiles and ammunition. 4 more pirate ships were blasted into oblivion before Kojiro causally tossed aside the ship he had captured into a nearby asteroid. The number of pirate ships were now down to 5. Jean couldn't believe the ferocity and skill that Kojiro was displaying. Just as Jean polished off his third kill of the day, he spotted the remaining 4 foes. However, as he charged at another of the enemy, he found out that his grappler gun was empty. "Jim, I need the spare gun." "I'm sorry, Jean. We don't have a spare. We used up the spare on our last job." However, Prototype was there to lend a helping hand as he guided his ship toward where the Outlaw Star was dodging enemy fire. He temporarily took control of one of the grappler arms of his craft and made a heavy particle cannon appear. He then tapped the communicator switch. His star whined. "Catch." Gene smiled as Prototype tossed him the weapon. The outlaw star grabbed hold of the huge cannon with both arms and brought the muzzle to bear on the attacking pirates. The ship balked a bit at the recoil as Gene fired the weapon. A huge beam of orange-white light blasted forth and caught two of the pirates' ship, causing them to explode like miniature supernovas. Whoa! This gun's got quite a kickback. The remaining two pirate ships decided to beat a hasty retreat as they saw that they were clearly outclassed. However, Kojiro wasn't about to let them get away scot-free and decided to give them an extra special farewell present. He focused his power into the ship's systems, which caused the entire craft to glow with power. On the outlaw star, the crew watched in awe as they saw Ranma's ship become surrounded with a dark energy and was then obscured from sight within that aura. Suddenly it accelerated forward after the two fleeing pirate craft like some huge black comet. Then the comet began to take shape and Aisha gasped as she saw what it was forming. A shadowy outline of Kojiro's tiger form shaped itself around the ship as it blazed toward its targets. Within the craft, Kojiro shouted out his most powerful move, Cat Fist Fury. The pirates had no time to scream as the huge black shape overtook them and blew them into the great beyond. The shadow form of the tiger made one complete pass over the exploding ships before beginning to fade away. Ranma's ship became visible again as the energies which had surrounded it dispersed. Inside the cockpit, Kojiro was panting a bit after expending so much energy. However, he took a series of calming breaths before signaling back to Prototype to take control of the ship again. On the outside, the grappler arms began melding back with the ship again, and at the same time, the particle cannon in the outlaw star's arms also faded back into its storage area in subspace. Aisha could only say one thing. ROWR, ROWR. Epilogue. For the last time, Aisha. I am not a CDARL. Aisha was still trying to smuggle up to Kojiro as he and the other Ranmas were preparing to leave this universe. Both the outlaw star and Ranma's craft were parked on the launching bay of Tiberius Ivy as they were bidding their last goodbyes. Nearby, Ranma had finished tracing Suzuka's face with his fingertips. I still can't believe it that I was beaten by a blind person, Suzuka remarked as she shook hands with the Amazon male. Ranma shrugged. It doesn't matter whether one can see with one's eyes. It being able to see with one's mind and heart that really counts. It has been a pleasure, Twilight Suzuka. Are you certain that you cannot stay a while longer? I'd like to know more about this unseen light and these special Amazon techniques. It isn't very often that I encounter someone like you. I'm honored that you think of me in such high regard, but no. We must get going now. Though we may never meet again, I wish you and your friends good luck. Stay sharp. Ranma and Suzuka bowed to each other. Meanwhile, Ranma and the others were waiting for Kojiro as the technological Ranma finished giving Gene and his party the recap. Well, that's it. The Galaxy Corporation is arrested by the local authorities, and this planet won't have to worry about any more people coming to mine the Dragonite. What do you mean? Jean asked. Well, I used my ship's technology to inactivate all the remaining deposits of Dragonite, making it worthless and without harming the ecosystem of this planet. Without Dragonite, the K-Pirates won't have any reason to come back to this world. What? You mean that you destroyed all that Dragonite? Jim exclaimed. Hey, the inhabitants of this world got along fine without Dragonite. And since there isn't any more to be mined now, they'll be left in peace. I only left enough to power their ships and other farming equipment. That isn't much to be a temptation to pirates or any other greedy corporation. Yeah, well still. Still what, Jim? Jean asked. Still, it would have been nice to have gotten a hold of some of that Dragonite. Remember, we never got that million-long bounty, and we still have that huge debt that we owe to Fred Luo. How much do you owe? Ranma asked. Over 2 million long. Jim replied. The technological Ranma thought for a moment, then nodded as he mentally gave an order to his ship's transporter. In orbit around Tiberius Ivy, the crew of the Outlaw Star watched from the bridge as Ranma's ship flashed once before engaging its quantum phase drive. In an instant, the ship vanished from view as the 5 Ranmas departed this reality. Aisha Clan sighed sadly as she saw Kojiro disappear from her life. She had tried her darndest to make the Catfist fighter stay. She had used all of her feline and feminine wiles to seduce him, but became greatly disappointed when he had informed her that he already had someone waiting for him back home. She let off another sad sigh as she sat back in her seat. It was then that she and the others heard Jim's excited voice over the intercom. Jean. Everyone. Come to the storage bay now. In under a minute, the crew of the Outlaw Star rushed to the main storage area and gasped when the doors opened. They couldn't believe what was piled up in front of them. The Dragonite glittered like a mountain of gems as the pile reached the ceiling. Jim was clutching a handful of the precious ore and was very excited. This is high-density Dragonite, everybody. 1/4 of this pile alone is enough to pay off Fred Luo, Swanzo, and all the other people we owe. Jillian appeared on one of his repair tracks. I must say that this is a welcome surprise. With this much Dragonite, we can finally have all those long overdue repairs to the ship as well as restock all of our supplies. Though I do not know how all this Dragonite appeared in my cargo hold. My internal sensors did not pick up anything until after Jim opened up the main doors. I don't believe it, Aisha exclaimed. Where did all this stuff come from, and what's my cat? The Tarl's feelings of sadness over Kojiro's departure were gone as her usual, money-grubbing self came to the fore. I don't know, Jean replied, then caught sight of a note that was sticking out from the middle of the pile. Hold on. What's this? He reached over and plucked the piece of paper. He then read the note out loud. To the crew of the Outlaw Star. I was feeling sorry for you for not getting anything out of all this, and you did help us back there. So I had my ship's synthesizers create this high-density dragonite for you. It should be more than enough to pay off all your debts and set you guys up. I know that you are trying to make a name for yourselves. What? He can make dragonite? Jim exclaimed. In this universe, scientists had been trying without success to artificially create the precious mineral that was used to power ether drives. Gene shrugged as he read on. Now don't you get any ideas? This is only a one-time deal to pay back for all the trouble we had inadvertently caused to you. In any case, it was nice knowing you all, and we bid you good luck in the future. P.S. to Aisha Clan from Kojiro. I am not a Taro. Gene then looked at Aisha, who could only give him a sheepish smile. Well, even a Taro can dream, can't she? The end of Catfist Star Author's Notes Few. That was a real long one. Real life has been holding me back as of late, and starting a new job has made time for me to write very limited. In any case, that takes care of the first side story to the crossover crisis. In the next chapter, we shall be starring Pokemon Ranma. See ya there. Chapter 7 Chapter 5 The Great Crossover Crisis Disclaimer. I'm innocent. I swear. Italic. Thoughts Pokedex responses Computer responses T. Ranma from Dragonchild Draco T. Ranma from Ranma Prototype P. Ranma from Fighting Blind Ranma Kojiro, Ranma from Catfist Fury Kojiro P. Ranma from Fist of the Pikachu Trainer Chapter 5 Who's That Senshi? Universe XP 13345. Okay guys, you know the drill. Prototype Sid as he and his counterparts piloted their robot lines against the gigantic robeasts. Let's form Voltron. Oh man. Do we have to do that again? Kojiro complained as he piloted the red line. Hey, we agreed to take over until the Voltron force recovered from that virus that Lotter infected on them, so come on. T. Ranma then spoke into Black Lion's communications system to the others. You guys ready? Roger. T. Ranma declared in Blue Lion. Ready. T. Ranma said in Yellow Lion. Let's go. T. Ranma acknowledged in Green Lion. Pikachu. Kojiro? T. Ranma asked. Yeah. I'm ready. The Catfist fighter sighed. Out in space, the 5 lions began taking up their positions as T. Ranma initiated the transformation/merging sequences. Form feet and legs. Blue and Yellow Lion bent at the heads as their bodies straightened out to merge with Black Lion's lower half. Form arms and body. Red and Green Lion hooked up with Black Lion's upper half. And I'll form. Head. As soon as Voltron was complete, the Nanodex soldier interfaced with the robot's systems, making it far more responsive than it could ever be with its regular pilots. Form Blazing Sword. Alright, already. We don't need the play-by-play. Kojiro growled. Voltron slammed its fists together and a huge blade materialized. The sword began to glow with the combined ki energies of its pilots. With a single stroke, the robeast was cut in half. KBOM. Universe height 1674. Do I have to do this? Kojiro said as he held the Sword of Omens in his hand. Hey, you are the only Thundercat here. Ranma said. All right. The Nakoken fighter was in his hybrid form as he held up the sword and said, Thunder, thunder, thunder. The Sword of Omens began to elongate itself from a dagger to a longsword. Thundercats. Oh! The Eye of Thunder let loose with the Thundercat signal. Universe FR 145,623. Shinesman Red. Shinesman Moss Green. Shinesman Gray. Shinesman Sepia. Shinesman Salmon Pink. The 5 Ranmas took a pose as they faced off against another monster from Planet Voice. These colors are really terrible. Ranma whispered. Sepia would not have been his color choice. Hey, at least you don't have to wear a skirt. Ranma winced as she had to use her cursed form to use Reko Hidaka's pro suit. Gray isn't a great color either. I can't believe that guy and his montage. Kojiro mumbled. It's times like this that I'm glad that I'm blind. Ranma commented as he wore the moss green pro suit. Put a sock in it. We've got a monster to take care of. Ranma said. Easy for you to say, Mister, I got the best color. Trainer said sarcastically. If it weren't for the fact that she had to fill in for Miss Hidaka, she would have taken the red pro suit. Hey, it's only temporary until the real Shinesmen get back from that business trip, so get with the program. Ranma took out his weapons and hurled it at the enemy. Business card cutter. You've got to be kidding, Kojiro said as he watched the monster absorb the cards. The foe they were fighting resembled a walking blob of sludge. Oh, that was effective. Ranma said with a bit of sarcasm. Ranma sighed. Come on guys. If we're going to fill in for the Shinesmen, then we've got to stick with these. Yes, I admit, lame weapons. Oh, alright, cuff beam. Ranma fired off the blaster in his sleeve. Of course, the monster simply shrugged it off. Tight clip bomb. Kojiro shouted. Oh, not with much enthusiasm. There was a minor explosion as the tight clip went off. The monster was still unaffected. This is just too stupid. I feel like I'm a member of Team Rocket. Ranma shouted as she decided not to use the special memo pad. She instead cupped her hands and began focusing her ki. The others watched her as she prepared to launch a ki blast. They turned to each other, nodded and began focusing their own ki. To hell with it. The faster they killed the monster, the quicker they could leave this pathetic reality. Even Ranma had to admit that this would be better for everybody. The monster looked in confusion as it saw the Shinesmen glow with blazing battle ores, then eat as they launched their own ki blasts. MOKODAKDISHA. Raging Tiger Bolt. Dragon Fire. Spirit Seeker. Laser Beam. KDOM. In the control center, Kyoko Sakakibara had a huge sweat drop as she saw the replacement Shinesmen blow away the monster. Do they really need the pro suits? Tsukasa asked. Universe Way 123,456. Dragon card. Return to your power confine. KLONK. D. Ranma, in his dragon form, frowned as he looked down at card captor Sakura. You have got to be kidding. Sakura looked up with a huge sweat drop and laughed nervously. She had just beamed a huge dragon on the snout with her wand and expected it to shrink into a cloak card. Hiro also had a sweat drop as he said, "Ooh, Sakura. I don't think that's a cloak card." Universe AB 756,463. Who are you gonna call? All 5 Ranmas complete with proton packs and ghost traps, looked at each other, then shook their heads. Nah. Universe BXX 4563. Here I come to save the day. T. Ranma could only shrug sheepishly as a mouse with a cape attacked them. Universe RC 3276. To infinity and beyond. Been there, done that. T. Ranma informed Buzz Lightyear. Universe FRW 3,453,223. And I would have gotten away with it, if it weren't for those meddling Ranmas and their Pikachu. The bad guy said after being unmasked. Raiden smiled as he nibbled on a Scooby snack. And after a few more times of dimension hopping, Sailor Pluto was quietly monitoring the time stream when she felt the surge of chaotic energy that just suddenly appeared in reality. She began to peer into the time gate and was intrigued as a strange-looking craft warped into the solar system and made a beeline toward Earth. She wondered just what was going on and then became alarmed as she detected not 1, but 5 huge sources of chaotic energies. She was also unhappy to see that the future timeline was now becoming erratic and assumed that the chaotic forces that just appeared were responsible. As she had done previously with anything that disrupted her intended utopia of Crystal Tokyo, she planned to go in and eliminate this threat. However, as soon as she tried to enter the time stream, something seemed to prevent her from moving into reality. She tried again and still met the same resistance. "Sorry, but we can't let you do that." Sailor Pluto whirled around at the sound of the voice and saw 2 figures dressed in hooded cloaks. Their garb totally hid their identities and the Senshi of Time could only assume that they were the enemy. "Who are you? How did you get here?" "All will be made clear in time, Setsunan," the first one said. "Huh? How did you know my name? I mean, who are you?" "Like he said, all will be clear eventually," the second cloaked figure said as he made a simple hand gesture. "Dead scream!" Sailor Pluto shouted as she leveled her staff at them. However, nothing happened, much to her surprise. Her staff emitted no energy. The first figure shook his head and said, "It's no use, Setsunan. The spell that prevents you from leaving this place has also neutralized your powers. Now then, He raised a hand and made a gesture. Sailor Pluto then found herself encased in a transparent sphere. That should keep you out of trouble until our business is concluded. What is this? What's going on? Who are you? Setsuna demanded as she pounded against her prison with her staff. The din she made became very irritating as her staffs met against the walls with an insistent clanging. Can you do something about the noise? The first cloaked figure asked the second. His companion nodded as he made a clapping gesture. The noises ceased, as Setsuna's prison became soundproof. This only infuriated the Senshi of Time even more as she began cursing in a most unladylike fashion and pounded against the walls even harder. However, the sphere was composed of unbreakable crystal, which somehow allowed her to breathe. Thank you. The first figure then turned his attention back to the time gate and watched with his companion as Ranma's ship landed near Tokyo. The cruiser had several blaster burns on its hull and was shuddering violently as it entered the atmosphere. On Earth, the space cruiser powered down its engines as its occupants got out of their seats and crowded behind Ranma at the console. So where are we this time? Ranma asked. Ranma tapped a few controls as his craft accessed the world's communication systems, satellite networks, computer databases and other media. The information began flashing by him on a view screen at high speed. Ranma's computer took in all the data and after several more minutes, he shut off the monitor and swiveled his seat to face his other selves. Basically, this is Earth, but not any of our Earths. The other four sighed in depression, as they were so tired of hearing that. It had been 3 months since the Pokemon trainer Ranma had joined them and things had not gotten any easier. The last dimension they had been in had been very hostile and they had been pursued by several hundred dreadnoughts of some alien fleet. They had barely managed to make the dimensional jump before the entire armada opened fire on them. So what's this Earth like? Ranma asked. Well, for the most part, this world is more or less the same as what you would each know in your home universes, except for one really important detail. What's that? Kojiro asked. Tell me, have any of you ever heard of the Sailor Senshi? The Sailor Senshi? You mean that anime or manga? Ranma asked. Is that what they are in your world? Yeah. My kid sister Kizura is a big fan of them. She watches the show every day. Wait a second, now I remember. Ranma said after thinking about it. Back in the village, Ling Ling and Lung Lung used to read me the stories whenever they got new manga. Aren't the Sailor Senshi a group of magical girls that fights evil or something? That's right. Ranma said. They're fictional characters in my world too. My ship's memory bank had the entire series downloaded when I scanned the internet. I had been planning to delete those files, but I never got around to it. Maybe it's a lucky thing that I didn't. What do you mean? Brace yourselves, guys. In this world, the Sailor Senshi are real. Back at the time gates, So the files that our technological friend has is actually a complete synopsis of the Sailor Senchi's history up to this point, including their secret identities. The first cloaked person asked, "Yeah, isn't coincidence a wonderful thing?" The second one replied happily, "They'll have all the information they'll need to save this world." Behind them, Setsuna was still glaring at them with rage. How dare they do this to the Guardian of Time? The first person noted the anger being directed at them and smirked at her. "Oh, don't get your fuku all bunched up. Those 5 are here to help the Senshi. Pretty soon, something really nasty is going to appear and the Senshi won't be able to handle it by themselves." Setsuna stopped in her rage when she heard this. Though the crystal stopped sound from coming out of it, she could still hear what those two were saying. What are they talking about? On Earth, Ranma began giving his counterparts the rundown of what this new world was like as well as how they were going to proceed. "Well guys, that's about the size of it," the technological soldier said after finishing his briefing. "So we're stuck here for a month?" Ranma asked. "I'm afraid so," Prototype replied as he brought up a readout display on the ship's damages. "We took several bad hits from that alien fleet. The Kurium was strained almost to the point of decrystallization, getting us out of that dimension. It'll take at least 28 days before it becomes stable enough to make another quantum field. So what are we going to do in the meantime?" the blind fighter asked. "Well, I'll assume that you don't want to spend the next 4 weeks inside this ship, right?" The other nodded. "In that case, I guess we'll be settling down in Tokyo for a while. But first..." Ranma clicked a switch and a panel in one of the walls opened up to reveal several of his cyberware bodysuits hanging from coat hooks. "Each of you take one of my spare bodysuits. Don't worry about the size, they'll conform to your personal measurements and reorganize into any appearance you can picture in your minds. That includes shoes, underwear or any other kind of garment. What about my Pokemon? I do have to let them out now and then. Besides, Raiden doesn't like to be cooped up in a Pokeball." Trainer gestured to his Pikachu. "No problem." Ranma called for a device from his pocket in subspace. When it appeared in his hand, he then tossed it to his counterpart. "That's a personalized, holographic camouflage projector. Raiden can use this to blend into his surroundings like a chameleon. No one will be able to notice him, so he'll be able to go wherever he wants." Ranma looked down at the device, which appeared to be a small pendant on a chain. He bent down and placed it around Raiden's neck. Prototype began explaining how to use the pendant. To activate the device, tap once on the button in the front. To deactivate it, tap the button twice. Pika. Raiden tapped the pendant once and instantly disappeared. "Where'd he go?" Ranma said as he looked around for his Pikachu. "He's still there," Ranma explained. "The pendant is just transmitting a holographic image of his surroundings and wrapping it around his form." "Pika," Raiden said from out of nowhere, then tapped the pendant twice to reappear. Ranma nodded. I've got several of these pendants, one for each of your Pokemon. Cool. The Nanogek warrior nodded as he said, now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's go see if we can find some place where we can stay for the next month. He turned on the monitor to look up any apartments to rent. It would be nice to be able to kick back after visiting all those worlds. Ranma said. Oh, by the way, guys, Ranma said without taking his eyes off the screen. We're going to have to come up with some disguises for some of us. I mean, 5 lookalikes named Ranma might seem a bit odd to people. Unlike Trainer's World, we can't pass ourselves off as identical cousins like Jenny or Joy. Ranma thought about it for a moment, then sighed. I guess I can use my cursed form and go by the name of... He paused for a moment, then said, Ranko. Well, I can use my name of Kojiro, but I really don't know how I'm going to change. The Catfist fighter commented. Try this stuff. Ranma said as he made a bottle appear out of nowhere. What is it? Kojiro picked up the bottle, which had some strange liquid contained within it and a selector switch on the side. It's a special hair dye formula I picked up in the Sirita quadrant. Just choose a color and add 1 drop. It will instantly cause your hair to change to the color you selected. Don't worry, it's non-toxic and all you have to do is add the neutralizing solution to return your hair to its natural shade. Kojiro considered the bottle then selected a light brown. Adding 1 drop to his hair, he then looked at himself in a nearby reflective monitor. He was fascinated at how his hair suddenly lightened to a tan color. He then willed his cyberwolf suit to become a pair of blue denim jeans, black t-shirt and high-top sneakers. Draco then took the bottle and selected red. Soon he became a red-haired person and decided to go with black slacks, shoes and turtleneck. Ranma was uninterested in changing his hair color and asked if Ranma had a pair of dark shades. The Nanogek fighter nodded as he made a pair appear, willing his suit to become his regular clothes, a Chinese shirt, black kung fu pants and shoes. He then elongated his battle staff to become a walking cane. The unseen light fighter had decided to play the role of a blind man. He put on the shades to complete the disguise. A day later, the 5 settled down in an apartment complex. Not wanting another run-in with send teams and such, the Ranmas had all agreed to keep a low profile and not get involved with the Sailor Senshi. They did, however, read all about them, just in case they did meet up with them. Little did they know that their involvement with Sailor Moon was the reason why they were here. Deep within an underground cavern, an ominous voice began giving out orders to its minions. Go! Seek out and get any soul energy. Let none stand in your way. Yes, BLODIA. Meanwhile, Ranko and her Pikachu were busy shopping in the mall when Raiden suddenly tugged at her pants leg. She looked down at what seemed to be nothing, since Raiden was using his pendant, but then she heard her Pokemon. Pikachu. After all the time they had been together, Ranko had been able to understand her Pokemon by his tone of voice and gestures. She looked up and her eyes widened as she saw a group of girls walking toward a hairdresser shop. Well, I'll be damned. So, those are the Sailor Senshi. Ranko nodded as he recognized the Usagi, Minako, Ami, Makoto and Rei in their civilian identities. They looked just like their pictures in the manga he had scanned, though she thought that the series was too girly for her tastes. How could anyone fight in Fuku's? Ranko saw no reason to meet up with them and decided to head home, when something crashed through the large skylight. People started screaming and dug for cover as broken shards of glass rained down. That was when 5 huge monsters landed, along with 3 figures dressed in strange-looking suits. They were in the center of a large open area, near the ice rink. Go Thunderclap! Shock these puny mortals into submission. The first bad guy said. Thunderclap answered with an unintelligible rumble and began emitting large sparks of electricity. The thing was humanoid, but was totally made out of electrical energy. People began screaming as they were hit by lightning and knocked out. Hard Rock! Water Wizard! Stop those mortals from escaping! Their life energies shall be a feast for our master's hunger. The second bad guy directed to other monsters that looked like a golem and a fish demon. They began hurling huge boulders and waves of water to block the exits. The third person of the terrible trio directed a beast that looked like a man that had been doused with gasoline and set ablaze. Firestorm! Use your flames and keep those souls from escaping. The fire monster nodded as he began forming rings of fire to surround the crowds of frightened shoppers. Soon the entire mall was sealed off as the 3 bad guys chuckled and prepared to carry out their evil plans. Hear us, pony mortals, the first one said. He had a shock of purple hair done up in a short style and green eyes. We are the servants of the almighty Blodia, Emperor of the Dark Dimension and future ruler of the earth. Now we shall claim your very souls to saute our master's hunger. I, Necton, do hereby claim your souls. The second person was bald and had crimson eyes. He was shorter and more portly than Necton. What do you mean, you claim their souls? We worked as hard as you did. I, coward, claim these souls for Lord Blodia. The third person was a female with long blue hair. She was slender and was a head shorter than Necton. No, I shall take their souls to Lord Blodia. Stay out of this, Halden, Necton said. As they began arguing amongst themselves, Ranko had ducked into a nearby storage room and was looking out from behind the door. She and Raiden had evaded being captured with the others and now wondered if she should intervene. That was when she saw 5 figures suddenly come onto the scene. I was wondering when they would show up. Halt, evildoers! Cease in your dastardly deeds and face the Sailor Sweet warriors of love and justice. The 3 villains stopped in their argument and looked over to where the inner Senshi had appeared. How dare you pervert the purity of water? I, Sailor Mercury, shall not allow this. The raging power of Sailor Jupiter shall teach you a lesson you won't soon forget. Your fire monster is but a candle to the fires of Sailor Mars. Sailor Venus shall vanquish the evil with the purity of light. I, Sailor Moon, shall see you that you will suffer for your intent to harm the innocent. In the name of the moon, we shall punish you. She then makes some complex hand gestures as she and the other Senshi took a group pose. Sailor Senshi. In the storeroom, Ranko had one really big sweat drop. They're even worse than Team Rocket. The three villains gave off a chuckle as they faced off against their foes. We have heard of you, Nekton said as he and his cohorts prepared to fight the Senshi. We have studied your exploits and knew that meeting you would have been inevitable. He then gestured to Thunderclap and Hard Rock. Get them. Sparkling wide pressure. Jupiter launched a ball of electricity at her foes, only to be shot, pardon the pun, when her attack was brushed off by the stone creature and absorbed by the voltage one. Fool. Electricity means nothing to Thunderclap or Hard Rock. Hard Rock then swung a stony fist at Sailor Jupiter with surprising speed. Makoto was knocked back as Thunderclap followed through with a sizzling bolt. The tallest of the Senshi moaned in pain as she was sprawled on the floor. Halden nodded as she said, "These soul seekers were created with powers that can either neutralize or match your abilities." She then gestured to Firestorm to attack Sailor Mars and Mercury. Burning Amandala. Shining Aqua Illusion. Both Senshi released their attacks, but Firestorm became hotter. Mercury's attack was melted away, while the fire rings of Mars was absorbed. It then shot a huge fireball at the two, causing them to scream as they ducked for cover. They were still burned as the blast passed by and exploded a nearby shop. Carrot, not wanting to be left out, directed Water Wizard against Sailor Moon and Sailor Venus. Love me chain. Water Wizard, however, suddenly made a spout of water appear from the ground and made it harden into ice. The energy chain was deflected, and then the spout turned back into a liquid form. The water then shot toward the Senshi at high speed and knocked them back. WHHHHH. Water Wizard threw up its hands and several more water geysers appeared and merged together to form into a huge watery fist. The fist then came crashing down on top of all of the inner Senshi, sweeping them back and causing them to slam into the floor. Now Water Wizard. Destroy them. Carrot ordered. The creature did as it was told and commanded the fist to expand over its prey. The Senshi found themselves swept up and enclosed inside the fist. Soon the girls found themselves gasping for air. If they didn't get out and soon, they would drown. Sailor Mars thought to try and evaporate the water, but as soon as she powered up, she noted that the liquid began to heat up. Any attempt to use heat would boil her comrades. Sailor Jupiter didn't dare try to use her lightning powers as the water would have conducted the voltage and electrocuted the others. Sailor Venus managed to shoot out her Love Me chain attack at Parrot, but Thunderclap fired off a lightning bolt to intercept it. She and others were almost the point of suffocating when they saw Thunderclap aim toward them and prepared to fry them in their watery prison. It was the end. That was when a rose suddenly appeared and nicked Water Wizard on the face. This attack did very little damage as it bounced off those tough scales, but it did make the monster lose its concentration over the water fist. The sailor Senshi came splashing down to the floor as the fist dissipated and flooded the area. As the Senshi were gasping and coughing, they looked up and saw their caped savior standing on one of the upper tiers. In the storage room, Ranko was a bit confused at the sight. "Who's this guy?" Pikachu. Raiden pointed to a nearby poster that depicted the five inner Senshi and Tuxedo coming. "Oh yeah, now I remember. It's that dope, Tuxedo coming." Back at the battle scene, Tuxedo Coming made his customary speech. "Fear not, Sailor Senshi. Tuxedo Coming is here to aid you in these." Carrot didn't bother to wait for him to finish as he gestured to the hard rock. It shot a huge rock at the supporting structures underneath the tier. The mast alive, the Senshi yelped as the tier was knocked out from under him and he went crashing down to where his comrades were still sprawled on the ground. Nekton laughed at the sight, and then got a more sinister idea. He turned to Holden and said, "Say, Holden, wouldn't it be better for us to take their soul energies for the Master, as well as these other humans, instead of just destroying them?" Holden nodded and said, "Why not?" She then threw up a hand and said, "Come forth, gatherers of the soul." Suddenly, the inner Senshi and their ally found themselves held by ghoulish-looking imps that appeared behind them and wrapped their arms around their bodies. They screamed out as they began to feel their life energies begin to drain away. Holden and her partners laughed as she gloated, "Well now, Sailor Senshi, it seems that you and your ridiculous friends shall also give your soul energies to feed our master. How very generous of you. Fa 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 fa." Back in the storeroom, Ranko winced as she saw the inner scouts and Tuxedo Coming getting their life energies leached away. "Oh, that Tuxedo Coming was big help," the Pokemon trainer said sarcastically. "Pikachu. Yeah, I know we've got to help them, but how?" Prototype told us to keep a low profile, and it was then that Ranko heard two more voices. Worlds shaking. Deep submerge. A ball of light rumbled across the ground, followed by a ball of water. The inner Senshi smiled, as they knew who those attacks came from. However, so did the minions of Blodia. Hard rock stomped a foot to the ground, causing a huge seismic tremor and a wide trench to form. Sailor Uranus' attack was caused to veer off course as it hit the trench. As for Sailor Neptune's attack, it too was deflected as Water Wizard caused another one of its water geysers to form in its path. The outer scouts were shocked to see their attacks stopped, as they stood there with their mouths open. "I was wondering when you would show up," Holden commented. Sailor Uranus began, trying to bolster her courage. "Yes, we know." Holden cut her off. "You are Sailor Uranus and she's Sailor Neptune. Big deal. Just more soul energy for the master. Get them. Look out. Sailor Moon cried out. What? H. Sailor Neptune and Uranus found themselves being drained as several of the soul gatherers had snuck up from behind and latched themselves onto them. The three villains chortled as Parrot said, "These are the famous Sailor Senshi." That was too easy. I recall that there are supposed to be 13 of them. Halden said. No matter. Necton said. After the life forces are collected from these 8, the overall strength of the Senshi will be diminished, and the remaining members will be easier to handle. We will get them all soon enough. It will only be a few minutes more before the soul energies from these Senshi are totally drained and they shall vanish into nothingness. At the time gate, Sailor Pluto was pounding away furiously at her crystal prison. Letting me out. I have to help them. Please. The first cloaked figure shrugged as he said to the Senshi, "Keep your fuku on." The inner and outer Senshi are about to get some first-class help. Yep. Oh, I am kind of curious as to how our Pokemon trainer is going to pull this off. The second robed figure said as they peered into the time gate. Ranko groaned as she saw the Senshi begin to fade away into nothingness. Saw crud. They really need help now. What can we do? We can't just charge right in there. Pikachu. Raiden pointed to the poster again. Ranko turned to her Pokemon and said, "I know we have to help them, but..." And when Ranko realized what Raiden was suggesting. Oh no. Oh, not that. Wearing the Shinesman Pro suit was bad enough. I am not going to put on a fuku. Because Raiden pleaded. Alright already. Hold on. Ranko began imagining herself in a Sailor Senshi outfit. In less than a second, the cyberwave bodysuit reorganized itself and the Pokemon trainer was garbed in skirt, white top, white knee-high boots, arm-length gloves, and a stylish tiara on her head. She then got an inspiration as she saw another online poster depicting a space heroine. She then concentrated and her tiara became framed around her face like a head mask and with a red visor. Her skirt flared to take on a silver metallic sheen. Her boots and gloves also changed color to match her skirt. Taking out a bottle of the hair dye that she got from Ranma, she selected a silver blonde color and instantly turned her scarlet dresses to match her disguise. Then she adjusted her belt of Pokeballs to fit her slimmer waist and said to Raiden, "Raiden, I'm afraid that you'll have to get into your Pokeball for a few minutes if this plan to work." Pika. Raiden was reluctant to do so. "Please, Raiden. There's no more time to argue. We have to help them now." Raiden sighed, then nodded. Ranko took out Raiden's Pokeball and said, "Just tell the others to play along, okay? Here we go." Raiden returned. At the time gates. Good grief. He's not going to. Oh boy. This'll be interesting. At the scene, the trio chortled as the Sailor Senshi and Tuxedo Kamen were almost totally drained. It was at that time that they saw a bright flash above them. The Senshi and their gate Delight also looked up and saw a silhouette of a sailor Senshi in front of a blinding light on an upper tier. Another Senshi. Get her, Urg. Nekton screamed as another blinding flash caused him and his cohorts were temporarily made sightless. Without their masters to direct them, the monsters stood in confusion. That was when Ranko made her entrance. To protect the universe from devastation. A blast key shot out and hit the imps that were holding Sailor Moon and Venus. The imps recoiled in shock and dissipated, leaving the depleted Senshi to slump to the floor. To defend the innocent without hesitation. Another blast freed Mars and Mercury. To uphold the values of truth and love. Sailor Jupiter and Tuxedo Common were then released. Kicking bad guy butt to the stars above. Sailor Uranus and Neptune were then freed. Silver SENSHI. It was then that everyone looked up and saw Ranko glowing with a brilliant light as her battle aura reflected off the silver highlights of her costume, making her appear as some kind of angel. She made some intricate motions with her hands as she delivered the final part of her speech. I am the cosmic sailor, sweet warrior of justice and light. She then struck a pose while pointing at the bad guys. Surrender now or prepare to fight. At the time gate, Silver SENSHI. Pluto gasped. The two cloaked figures were too busy laughing their heads off. Pokemon eye catch, who's that Senshi? We see an empty silhouette of Ranko in her Sailor Senshi costume. Then it fills in and we hear the answer while the great crossover logo appears. It's Silver Senshi. We hear Ranko say, SILVERBOLD flash. End of Pokemon eye catch and now the mayhem begins. Silver Senshi. All the inner and outer Senshi gasped as Ranko cupped her hands in front of her and launched another key blast. Air, quick, think of an attack name, SILVERBOLD flash. As the Pokemon trainer and martial artist had hoped, the Mokota Kabisha let off a brilliant flare as its light reflected off the metallic sheen of her costume. Hard Rock took the blast in the face and screamed as he was blinded. Ranko took the initiative and leapt down to engage the enemy. Several of the soul-gathering imps tried to dogpile her en masse, but they were nothing against her crushing kicks and punches. Sparring daily with Bruiser had enhanced the power of Ranma's blows almost to the point in which she could shatter Raiden's outer hide without even trying. The remaining imps were quickly dispatched as the weakened Senshi watched in awe. Look at her go! Sailor Jupiter said as she wondered if she could learn her martial arts moves. Who is she? Sailor Moon asked to no one in particular. Sailor Mercury engaged her visor and was astounded by the readings she got. The energies the Silver Senshi was emitting were of an unknown form and didn't correlate to anything they had previously encountered. Nekton and the others were also wondering who this newcomer was. They had absolutely no data on this Senshi. Halden shouted to Thunderclap. Thunderclap. Attack! Just as Ranko reduced the last of the imps to pulp, She turned around and saw the electrical monster hurl a huge bolt of lightning at her. She simply smiled and let it strike her. Thunderclap was understandably shocked when the attack was shrugged off with ease. "Ha! You call that an electrical attack? That was nothing." It was true. The Ranma had received far more voltage sparring with Raiden. "This is an electrical attack. THUNDERBLAST bomb." Jupiter gasped again as she saw Ranko hurl a huge ball of lightning at Thunderclap. "She's got my powers." Thunderclap reeled as it was struck with far more wattage than it expected and was just barely able to absorb it all. "Not bad, Thunderclap, but let's see if you can stand up to the my alive thunder. I call upon the spirit of lightning, Raiden." The Ranma threw out her Pokeball and Raiden appeared to take a stance. Nekton and the others burst out laughing as they saw the electric mouse. "Ha! You think that oversized rat can defeat Thunderclap? Our Idian, THUNDERSHOCK. Pika, CHUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuauuuuuuauauauauauauauauau training since they met and now was able to summon up enough voltage to light up a small city. Thunderclap was blasted backward as it was unable to absorb all that power at once. Now, double team DHU and the blast bomb. The trio all gaped in disbelief as Ranko's and Raiden's electrical attacks merged into one tremendous sphere of power and slammed into the lightning monster, causing it to explode into a shower of sparks. Now, things were getting serious. Firestorm. Water Wizard. Carrot called out. The creatures of fire and water advanced on the Silver Senshi. Ranko smirked. Fire and water, huh? No problem. I'll just fight fire with water and water with fire. Wildfire. Sea storm. I choose you. Two more Pokeballs were thrown out and Ranko's Rapidash and Golduck appeared. Whoa! Sailor Mars became entranced at the sight of the flame horse as Mercury tried to analyze the strange duck-looking creature with her visor. Pikachu began gesturing to his fellow Pokémon to follow their master's orders, despite his appearance at the moment. Attack! Halden cried out. Sea Storm. Psychic TSUMANI. Wildfire. Blazing Horn Charge. Golduck. Nay. Wildfire suddenly accelerated forward and slammed into the Water Wizard before it could summon up an attack. Water Wizard was driven back and slammed into another shot. When the dust cleared, the creature was severely burned and dazed. At the same time, Sea Storm's attack crashed into Firestorm, literally putting out its flames and caused it to be swept back and into another shot. Ranko then powered up to finish the job. Ice Beam. Firestorm was instantly encased in ice as Mercury's jaw dropped to the floor. The Silver Senshi's cold powers were far more potent than Roa's. The Pseudo Senshi then engaged her Rapidash run technique as she charged at the downed Water Wizard. Her silver costume glowed as Ranko leapt up and came down at the monster with both feet. SILV Harifari Kick. Both feet slammed into the Water Wizard and caused a fiery explosion, disintegrating the fish demon on the spot. And I thought I was hot stuff, Sailor Mars thought. At the same time, Sea Storm was finishing off his opponent with his psychic powers. Using his confusion technique, he levitated the block of ice that contained Firestorm and bashed him against a far wall. Firestorm shattered into little ice cubes and was no more. By this time, Necton, Halden and Carrot were more than dismayed at their forces being whittled down. Only Hard Rock remained, and if he fell, then they would have to face off against this formidable Senshi and her strange creatures. They decided to leave their last creation to its own devices and vanished. Hard Rock found itself, well, between a rock and a hard place. One girl and her pets had destroyed its allies, and its masters had deserted it. It decided to beat a hasty retreat but found the nearest exit blocked by the Silver Senshi and her Pokemon. And just where do you think you are going? Hard Rock decided that since it was doomed, it decided to try and take this meddlesome girl with it. As the golem went into a suicidal charge, the Silver Senshi took out her remaining Pokeballs. For your crimes against the innocent, I shall let my Eliza Rock, Wind and the Fighting Spirit punish you. Wind Rider, Bruiser, Razor, go! At the time gates, he's really getting into the spirit of this, isn't he? The first cloaked person commented. I guess all those encounters with Team Rocket must have rubbed off on him. At the mall, the Sailor Senshi and Tuxedo Common were totally flabbergasted as they saw Ranko's Macaque, Pidgeotto, and Sandslash beat the living daylights out of Hard Rock with wind, fists and slash attacks. Man! And all we got are a couple of talking cats, Nina said. Hard Rock fell to its knees and knew this was the end. Ranma's Pokemon returned to their master's side as she prepared to deliver the final blow. She began to raise her key again and said, Now, feel the force of Mother Earth herself. Eruption Blast. A geyser of power exploded beneath Hard Rock as Ranko slammed upon to the ground. Sailor Uranus was impressed as Hard Rock was sent upward and exploded into pebbles. Not bad. Not bad, she said, since she team all by herself. Sailor Moon exclaimed. Ranko smirked at Sailor Moon's comment as she held up two fingers in a V and winked. Victory. She took a group pose with her Pokemon. Wildfire reared on his hind legs and let off a whinny. Seastorm stood on his master's left and made a muscle pose. Razor held out his claws in a ready stance. Bruiser matched Seastorm's pose on Ranma's right. Wind Rider landed on Wildfire's back and spread out his wings. Raiden stood in front of the Silver Senshi and held up a paw in a victory V as well. The crowds of spectators cheered as photos were being snapped. That was when the Senshi and Tuxedo Common gathered up their returning strength and began to approach Ranma. The Pokemon trainer knew that now was the time to leave and faced her Pokemon. You have all done well, my allies, Ranma said dramatically as she held up her belt of Pokeballs. Now return to your power confines. She activated 5 of the Pokeballs' recall switches. 5 beams of red light recalled Raven, Wind Rider, Razor, Bruiser and Sea Storm, leaving Wildfire behind. Before the Senshi could get close enough to question her, Ranko leapt onto her Rapidash's back. Ride like the wind, Wildfire. She pulled back on the reins, causing Wildfire to rear up on his hind legs again. Then the Rapidash and its rider were gone in a trail of fire, dashing out of the main entrance. The doors had been blown away during the battle and left a large enough hole for them to make their escape. "Wait!" Sailor Moon called out, but the Silver Senshi was already gone. Some time later, Ranma held his head as he and the other Ranmas watched the evening news in their apartment. Kojiro and Draco were laughing hysterically at the sight of Ranma's Silver Senshi disguise. "Hey, it's not funny!" Ranma shouted. Raiden patted his master's arm to comfort him. "Pikachu! Okay guys, that's enough," Ranma said as he shut off the television. He then walked over to his counterpart and patted him on the shoulder. "You did good, trainer. Don't let the others get you down. If I had been in that situation, I would have done whatever I could to help them as well. Those were pretty impressive odds you went up against, right guys?" He turned to his other counterparts. Kojiro and Draco sobered up and nodded. "Yeah. All things considered, you really kicked some serious butt," Kojiro admitted. "Very impressive," Draco added. "I don't think any of us could have done any better," Ranma said. "Thanks guys." Ranma smiled a bit when the laughter stopped. "At least I won't have to do that again. Those Fukus are really drafty. At the time gate, oh how little he knows, eh?" the first mystery person said. "You bet. Things are going to be even more hectic, for all of them," the second unknown individual said. In her crystal prison, Sailor Pluto winced at the thought of even more chaos that would be unleashed on the Earth. To be continued. Author's notes for those of you who thought I was off my rocker when I wrote this. Well, you're right. I was being in a really silly mood, and I think that a few of my readers are probably rolling on the floor after reading this. Well, expect even more craziness and outrageous ideas as the great crossover crisis begins to pick up speed. Chapter 8 Chapter 6 Part 1 The Great Crossover Crisis Disclaimer. Take my word. It's here somewhere. Thoughts? Computer responses. Kojiro. Ranma from Catfist Fury Ranma. Ranma from Ranma Prototype Ranma. Ranma from Fighting Blind Ranma. Ranma. Ranma from Dragon Child Draco. Ranma. Ranma from Fist of the Pikachu Trainer Ranko. Chapter 6 Part 1 Superhero Slamfist. Ranma shook his head as he looked at the display window of a toy store. Behind him, Kojiro and Ranma smirked. Sitting on his shoulder, and invisible to any passerby due to the cloaking pendant, was his Pikachu. "I don't believe this. I'm an action figure," the Pokemon trainer commented as he stared at the newest addition to the Sailor Moon toy line. The package proudly showed off the new doll and her 6-element walleyes. Pika. Raiden thought that the little toy Pikachu was cool with its light-up cheek pouches. Not a bad likeness, Kojiro remarked, while just barely holding in a snicker. Oh, shut up, Trainer retorted as he angrily stomped off. The two other Ranmas went to follow their counterpart. Hold up, Trainer. I'm sorry. Really I am, Kojiro said as he placed a hand on Ranma's shoulder. The Pokemon trainer looked back at the catfist fighter and sighed. It's alright. I guess I should have expected something like this. I thought that being the Silver Senshi was going to be a one-time deal, but Ranma and Kojiro nodded compassionately. The sudden appearance of the new Senshi had several complications, especially with the media and the bad guys. They began thinking about what Ranma had told Ranma 2 weeks ago. Flashback. Huh? What do you mean I have to keep being the Silver Senshi? Ranma crossed his arms and said, well, think about it. You and your Pokemon had just trashed a major group of villains. Those same villains almost destroyed most of the real Senshi. How do you think those bad guys are going to let that pass? They'll be out for your blood now. So, they won't be able to find me, and besides, I'm hanging up my fuku. Ranma shook his head. It's not as simple as that. The real Senshi are now up against an evil that they can't handle by themselves. Today's little escapade proved that they need the Silver Senshi. Those bad guys are going to hurt the Sailor Senshi and the innocent bystanders even worse to get to you. I'm afraid that you're too deep into this situation now. Until this whole thing is resolved and we're sure that Senshi will be alright when we leave, I'm afraid that you will have to watch out for them as the Silver Senshi. Why me? What about you guys? Can't you guys give them a hand? As I said before, we really need to keep a low profile. It was bad enough that you were forced to reveal yourself to aid them. Oh, I don't blame you, since you had no other choice. It's a good thing that you had that disguise. We'll try to give you as much help as we can, but it would be best to minimize any more exposure to ourselves. One Ranma in this world is bad enough, but 5 may be too much. Ranma let off a depressed moan as Ranma's words sunk in end of flashback. Despite his protests, Ranma had reluctantly carried on with his guise of the Silver Senshi. Ranma's assessment of the situation had been accurate. The bad guys were not the slightest bit amused at having their mighty creations destroyed by a mere girl and her pets. Since that time, the attacks on the innocent public and the Sailor Senshi had increased in both frequency and intensity. Therefore, the 5-dimensional Ranmas had taken steps to keep a vigil over any danger to the Senshi and to Tokyo. Ranma, Kojiro and Ranma, as Ranko, had registered as exchange students at the school where the inner Senshi attended in their civilian identities. Ranma used his ship's sensors to monitor for any unusual activity as Ranma roamed the streets in his blind man's disguise. Whenever one of Blodia's minions would appear, The Ranma would secretly become the Silver Senshi and race to the rescue, often appearing just in time to save one of the inner or outer Senshi. Unfortunately, each time the Silver Senshi appeared, the media would have a field day, and soon enough, Ranko's alter ego had gained a huge following of fans. Silver Senshi merchandise was now flooding the stores, including lunch boxes, t-shirts, bedroom slippers, beach towels, dolls, and other things. The Ranma thought that he would go totally nuts if he heard one more person quoting the introduction speech that he had borrowed from Team Rocket. Although he disliked fighting the forces of evil in such a ridiculous costume, the Ranma had to admit that the rush was exhilarating. He liked being able to cut loose, and the battles did help in training his Pokémon. The fame was nice as well. Meanwhile, in the secret hideaway of Blodia, the monstrous leader of the Soul Eaters was angry. He glared at the viewing portal as he watched the Silver Senshi and her elemental allies destroy another one of his Soul Stealers. This time Ranko used her Hyper Beam to blow the Soul Hunter away. Hey GGGGGHHHHH. Blast that Silver SNSHI. Blodia glared at his servants Necton, Halden and Carrot as they trembled before their master. For the past 2 weeks, the Silver Senshi had beaten 17 of their strongest Soul Hunters as well as destroyed 50 Soul Gatherers. Things were getting desperate, and the master was getting impatient at the lack of soul energy that they had collected. The life forces that they had drained at present were just barely enough to keep Blodia's hunger sated, but at the rate they were going, they would run out of soul hunters and gatherers in less than a month. Who is this Sailor SNSHI? Blodia boomed. We do not know, sir, Necton said in a meek tone. As you know, we had done an extensive study on this world's defenders, the Sailor Senshi, before we came here. This world is rich in soul energy and would be ours for the taking if not for those protectors. That is why we had our soul hunters adapted to defeat them. So why are they unable to defeat the Silver SNSHI? Sir, we have very little data concerning this new Senshi, and we cannot determine the full extent of her powers. Even with all the information that we collect with each battle, she would still win against the Soul Hunter, even after we modified it. Without even a general idea of her full capacities, we cannot create a Soul Hunter with enough power to defeat her. Furthermore, we still have those other Senshi to deal with as well. Of all the incompetent. Wait. That's it. What is it, Master? Halden asked. We had been going about this wrong. Sending one OR to Soul Hunters after the Silver SNSHI is far too slow and inefficient. What we need is a group effort. The Silver SNSHI has those elemental creatures to aid her, so let the United States even the odds. Blodia's laugh made the blood of his minions run cold as he began formulating a plan. At the city park, Usagi and her friends were discussing things on a bench. Nearby, Kojiro, Draco and Ranko sat at another bench. Using their enhanced hearing, the Catfist Fighter and Dragon Warrior listened in on their conversation. So did you hear the latest about the Silver Senshi? Usagi asked Minako. The blonde nodded as she replied, yeah. That was way cool when she blasted that soul hunter with that hyper beam attack of hers. She's got my powers too. So did Luna tell you anything about this Senshi during the Silver Millennium? Usagi shook her head. No. She says that she doesn't recall any Senshi like that. She says that this Silver Senshi might not be a real Senshi at all. Well, whoever she is, she's awesome. If she's not a Sailor Senshi, then she should be. Hey! We ought to invite her to join our group. Mikoto said. I'd love to learn those martial arts moves of hers. I'm more interested in those elemental creatures of hers. I've never seen such animals before. Ami commented as she typed on her laptop. They're cool too. I really like that mouse of hers. That electric critter is so cute. Minako said. Rene, who had been absent from the first time the Silver Senshi had appeared, also nodded. She's really cool. At the table where the three Ranmas were sitting, Raiden smirked. Pika. SHH. Raiden. Keep it down. Trainer whispered. Though the pendant that the Pikachu was wearing made it invisible, people could still hear the electric rodent. At the time gates, the two hooded figures continued their vigil on the five Ranmas. Meanwhile, Sailor Pluto was still in her crystal prison. Somehow, the prison kept her alive and well, without any food, water or need to get rid of wastes. With her powers still neutralized, she was forced to watch with her captors as time unfolded. What is the purpose of all of this? The chaos that those five had already caused has made the future of Crystal Tokyo. Oh, will you stop going on about the future of your precious Crystal Tokyo? The first hooded figure said with much annoyance. Yes, those five are there to make certain that Crystal Tokyo will be saved. The second figure said with irritation. This got Setsunan's attention. WW what? The first cloaked figure sighed and said, the chaos that threatens to wipe out your Crystal Tokyo is from Blodia, not from those five. He represents the greatest threat to the Senshi. At first encounter alone it had proven that the inner and outer Senshi won't be able to handle his minions, let alone Blodia himself. The second figure nodded. Blodia and his followers come from a dark realm which feeds on the life forces of others. They had made an extensive study of the Sailor Senshi and had created soul hunters that can neutralize every one of the Senshi. The only way to counter this threat was to introduce some elements that he was unfamiliar with. Those five-dimensional beings possess not only the power to defeat Blodia, but also had the right attributes to save all of reality. The first figure nodded. Yes, and knowing your penchant of destroying any element that threatens your precious future of Crystal Tokyo, we knew you would have eliminated those five the moment they appeared in this reality. That's why we stopped you. The other figure continued. So until Blodia is defeated, you're going to have to stay here and do nothing. Consider yourself lucky that the sphere you are in is magically sustaining you, so you won't require any food. water or going to the bathroom. Setsuna pounded against the walls of her prison. You can't do this. You are making the time stream. The second figure made a clapping gesture and Setsuna's prison became soundproof again. What a hypocrite. The first figure mumbled. She's supposed to be the guardian of time and not interfere, but she's already used her powers to change the course of history several times already. Well, what can I say? All that power she received has made her feel that her past actions was justified. If there is one kind of person that annoys me, it is someone who thinks that he or she has the right to play God. She has no right to decide who is to live and who is to die. Kami-sama gave people the right to choose their own destinies, and Pluto there thinks that her way is the only way. Sheesh. Yes, well, haven't you thought that perhaps we're doing the same? I mean, the way we're manipulating those 5 Ranmas. The second figure sighed as he responded. I suppose we are, but unlike Pluto, we're not trying to control the destiny of others. We are just trying to ensure that the people of all reality have a chance to choose their own fate. Once those 5 are done here, they will be moved to another dimension that needs their help. The people of this world will still be free to make their own decisions, though I rather suspect that Pluto will continue to stick her nose into other people's business to ensure that her perfect future comes to pass. The dreaded person glared at the Senshi of time. And besides, once this is all over, they will be sent back to their home dimensions to fulfill their own destinies, without any interference from anyone else. I suppose. The other person sighed. Oh, I wish that we could have just sent those 5 to their ultimate destination sooner. Remember that old saying that success is not in the destination, but in the journey? The second mystery person asked. We could have sent those 5 to that dimension right away, but they would have been ill-prepared and not become the cohesive group that they are now. They need that teamwork and closeness. They have gotten to know each other's strengths and weaknesses. They understand each other, and though they may not agree on some things, they do hold great respect for one another. Remember the reasons why we selected those 5 in the first place. The first person nodded as he produced an image of Ranma. The technological Ranma is the most mature of all of them. He has considerable leadership skills and possesses tremendous power. His military background gives him an advantage in tactical planning, and he has access to almost unlimited resources. His social skills are also the most developed. The second person nodded as he conjured up an image of Kojiro. Kojiro represents independence and seems to be the most emotionally expressive of the group. He's not afraid to show his feelings, and his cat fist abilities gives him a decided edge in both combat and other situations. His willful determination is a valuable asset. Another image of Ranma was conjured up, this time of Ranma. The Amazon Ranma represents the opposite to Kojiro's ferocity. You could think of him as Kojiro's yang to his yin. He represents serenity and understanding. His unseen light powers and healer skills make him perfect for situations in which brute force does not apply. The Ranma, who is part dragon, also plays an opposite. The first hooded figure said. He represents magic as compared to prototype's science. As you well know, any Ranma in any dimension will have some kind of link to the mystical forces. His magical abilities shall aid the others as they continue on. Yes, and finally, the Ranma, who is a Pokemon trainer, shall be the wild card. His training and Pokemon shall be of great help, as he has already displayed as the Silver Senshi. He has shown what good friends are capable of, and the friendship he has created between his Pokemon shall only get stronger as time goes on. He is already becoming closer to his counterparts as well. Meanwhile, as the three Ranmas kept a close watch on the Sailor Senshi, walking down the streets in his blind man's guise was Ranma. He was discreetly following Rei as she went grocery shopping. His senses easily picked up the hidden potential within the Senshi of Fire. Her sailor powers might be able to keep sighted people from recognizing her face as Sailor Mars, but they were ineffective against a person who could sense an individual's inner being. Ranma noticed her from the very start and deduced her as one of the Senshi. When he heard one of the shopkeepers call her Rei, his suspicions were confirmed as he remembered the name from the manga that Ling Ling and Lung Lung had read to him. Just as Rei was heading home with a bag full of groceries, the blind fighter frowned as he sensed very hostile intentions being directed toward Rei. His seventh sense picked up several figures that were following her and assumed them to be fogs. He quietly leapt toward a nearby third-story ledge on a building adjacent to the sidewalk that Rei was traveling on. Meanwhile, the empathic Rei began to feel very dark emanations and sensed that she was being followed. Peeking out of the corner of one eye, she spotted a couple of shadowy figures some meters behind her. She knew that they were intent on robbing her or even worse and tried to elude them. Ducking into a nearby alley, she became dismayed to discover that not only was it a dead end, but there were three more thugs waiting for her. The street tough snickered as one brandished a knife and said, Well, look what we have here. Shisakami. The second one said as he brandished a tire iron. I can see that we're going to have lots of fun tonight. Rei looked behind her and saw that the other two were now blocking the exit. 5 against 1. Not good. The temple girl dropped her bag and took a defensive stance. She was going to make these goons regret on choosing her for a target. She didn't have a black belt in karate for nothing. Perched on a ledge above the alley, Ranma nodded as he assessed her stance. Not bad. She might not need my help after all and... Oh. Check that. Ranma's sixth sense went off as one of the kids pulled something out of his jacket. Judging by the shape of the object and the way he held it, the blind Amazon recognized it as a gun. He had learned about such weapons before in the Amazon village. A few years ago, the village had been attacked by soldiers of the Chinese army but had repelled the invaders. They had kept a few of their weapons as souvenirs. His sensitive nose also caught the faint odor of gunpowder. Now the introduction of this weapon changed the odds and Ranma knew that he had to intervene. Ray couldn't transform into a Senshi without revealing her identity. Taking into account of what Ranma said about keeping a low profile, he mentally commanded the clothes he was wearing to take on a new appearance. Oh well. If Trainer can do this superhero thing, then so can I. The cyberwave bodysuit shifted its appearance to take on a darker tone. Soon Ranma was decked out in a black, short-sleeved bodysuit, black boots, and head mask. The mask covered everything but his lower face and chin. He made certain that the mask was thin enough to allow his sensitive hearing to operate. His eyes were now hidden behind a web mesh that would have obscured the vision of a normal person. Stylized shoulder pads appeared, and his hands became encased in fingerless gloves. With only his mouth, nose and fingers exposed to allow for his enhanced senses of smell, touch and taste, Ranma looked like some black sweet Avenger. Think of Daredevil dressed in black. As a final touch, Ranma thought of an image of a stylized eye imprinted on the left side of his chest. Extending his battle staff to its 5-foot length, the blind Amazon used his hidden weapon techniques to make a smoke bomb appear. He hurled it down to where Ray was facing off against her assailants. Just as the 5 were about to close in on her, a small object dropped to the ground and exploded into thick clouds of black smoke. What the hell? What's going on? I can't see. Ray was just as confused as the assailants as she had been contemplating of transforming into Sailor Mars. She was just outside of the sudden smoke screen and could see the faint shadows of her attackers as they blindly flailed about. Then a sudden blur of movement was felt as something dropped in from above and began darting in and out among the fogs. What the? WHAP? Who the? Smack? Who's there? DOW? Huh? Crunch. In less than 5 seconds, 4 of Ray's attackers were down and out as the temple girl wondered just what was going on. As she saw a large, dark shape suddenly appear in front of her, and as the smoke cleared, her eyes widened as she got a good look at her rescuer. He was tall and was well-formed. The skin-tight bodysuit he wore accentuated his powerfully built back. He wasn't bulky like a power lifter, but had a lean build like a gymnast. She couldn't discern his face, since half of it was covered by the mask, though she did like his hardened chin. His mouth was a thin line as he faced off against the last thug, who was still holding out the gun. Who the hell are you? The tough asked. Ranma smirked as he held out his staff. I'd like to say I'm your worst nightmare, but you probably see your worst nightmare every day when you look into a mirror. Why you? Look out! Ray cried out as the thug raised his gun and fired. Don't worry, Ranma said as he started spinning his staff like a propeller. Ray gasped in amazement as the staff spun at amazing speed. The pole made a circle of energy appear as it spun and the bullet was deflected away when it hit the key shield. Huh? The thug gasped and then began to fire repeatedly at his opponent. 2 BLM, 3 BLM, 4 BLM. Ranma calmly counted off each shot as they were fired. His seventh sense tracked the flight path of each bullet, and he angled his shield accordingly so that the ricochets wouldn't harm anyone. 5. BLM. 6. Click. Click. Well, it looks like you're out of ammunition. The blind Ranma stopped spinning his staff and waited for his opponent to make a move. The tough saw that his gun was now useless, hurled it at his foe, then started running. "Help!" he said. "Monster!" Ranma calmly deflected the spent firearm and then rushed forward. With a graceful flip, he landed in front of the fog. Before the kid could do anything, he used the Amagurakan technique to deliver several shiatsu strikes to paralyze him on the spot. "I'm a monster," Ranma said casually, yet with irritation. "From what I've seen, you and your friends are the real monsters, for attacking an innocent girl. Now apologize to her." "Huh?" Ranma simply tapped a nearby trash can and used the advanced breaking point to cause it to crumble into powder. He sensed the fear in the hoodlum after he had witnessed it. "Must I repeat myself? I said to apologize to her. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." If the fog had been able to move, he would have done the crouch of the white tiger. Ranma nodded as he used another pressure point to paralyze the vocal cords of the criminal, then turned back to walk toward Ray. Ray backed off a bit after witnessing what Ranma had done. The blind Ranma stopped for a moment as his sixth sense detected her uneasiness and fear of him. He then sensed something rushing at him from behind. "Look!" Wham! Ranma simply pivoted on one foot and sent a reverse roundhouse kick to the attacker's midsection. One of the hoodlums that Ranma had put down earlier had regained consciousness and tried to blindside him, pardon the pun. But the unseen light fighter simply countered the attack and sent the fog flying. The mugger slammed into a wall and slumped back down into La La Land. "TSK, TSK. Shame on you for trying to sneak up on someone like that." The blind Amazon wagged a finger at the unconscious kid, then smiled at Ray. "Are you all right?" Yes. Thank you." Ray stuttered. "No problem," Ranma said happily as his ears picked up the distant wail of police sirens. Apparently, someone must have heard the gunshots and called the police. "Well, I guess I'd better be going. See you." "Wait. Who are you?" Ray cried out as Ranma turned to leave. The blind Amazon smiled as he replied without facing her. "Call me Puppy RCAPD." He then leapt up to an amazing height of 35 feet and triangle jumped off the opposite wall before disappearing over a rooftop. Ray was left standing in awe as a police car rounded the corner and came to a stop at the alley. Some time later, at the apartment that the Ranmas were staying at, the preceptor, Ranma said in disbelief after Ranma had finished with his story. The other Ranmas also stared at him in shock. Ranma could only shrug helplessly as he replied, "Well, I couldn't just tell her my real name, now could I?" The techno-warrior shook his head and sighed, while pinching the bridge of his nose. "It's bad enough that trainer has to go about as the Silver Senshi. Now you had to get involved as well. Hey, I couldn't just stand there and... Prototype held up a hand and said, "It's alright, Ranma. Like trainer, you didn't have much of a choice, now did you? Yeah. At least the media didn't get wind of you." Draco said. "Yeah, and your superhero costume's a lot cooler." Kojiro said. "I wish I could have thought of something like that." Trainer mumbled. "Maybe he could try a different disguise, like that tuxedo coming guy. Maybe something along the lines of karate mask or something." It was then that the television began showing a news bulletin and the five Ranmas looked at the screen. Apparently, the forces of Bloatia were on the rampage again as more than 50 soul gatherers were draining the life energies of people in downtown Tokyo. On the scene were the inner scouts and they were having problems dealing with so many of Bloatia's minions all at once. "I guess that's my cue." He ran aside as he took off his waterstone pendant, splashed himself with a glass of ice water, and then willed the bodysuit to change into the Silver Senshi costume. "I'll have the ship's transporter beam you to those coordinates," Ranma said as Ranma put her waterstone on and recalled Raiden into his pokeball. He mentally linked up with his cloaked ship as its console lit up. The transporter circuits activated and the Silver Senshi was whisked away. "Sometime earlier. Are you sure that it wasn't Tuxedo Kamen that saved you?" Makoto asked after Raiden had finished telling her friends about her encounter with the Perceptor. "No. He called himself the Perceptor and he took out those thugs as if they were nothing. He acted like he had eyes in the back of his head." "Was he cute?" Minako asked. "I couldn't tell since he wore that mask, but he was tall, pretty well built and..." Ray's voice trailed off as she blushed a bit. She recalled that fine figure, but what caught her attention the most was how he looked at her. Although the mask hid his eyes, the temple girl felt as if he had been staring into her soul. She then remembered that eye insignia on his chest and wondered if that had anything to do with him. "Wow. This is weird," Usagi said. "First the Silver Senshi shows up, and now another new superhero." Ami nodded as she began running statistics on her computer. "It may be just a coincidence, but somehow, I don't think so." "It may be." The blue-haired girl of the group was interrupted when the television began showing images of an attack in downtown Tokyo. They saw Necton, Holden and Parrot directing their monsters against innocent civilians. Wasting no time, she and the other Sailor Senshi called out their transformation phrases and became the Sailor Sweet Warriors of Love and Justice. At the time gates, it looks like Trainer might be biting off more than he can chew this time around. The second person nodded and said, "Well, he's not going to be alone this time." In downtown Tokyo, Necton smirked as the Soul Gatherers had finished draining a group of people of their life energies. All that was left of those poor souls were their clothes as they faded away into nothingness. It was then that he saw a group of girls appear on the scene and sighed. Not the Senshi they were waiting for, but something to amuse them until their real targets showed up. "Stop, you servants of evil," Sailor Moon said as she and the inner scouts went into their customary group pose. Sailor Moon. Yada, yada, yada. "We've all heard this before," Halden said in disgust as she motioned to a tentacled soul hunter. "Octoponia. Deal with them." Before Sailor Moon or the rest of the Senshi could react, the octopus-like creature shot several of its arms and wrapped them around the inner scouts. The girls began to feel that same sickening feeling as their life energies began to drain away. "You couldn't even defeat our previous soul hunters, so what made you think that you could better this time?" Necton said. "Like our new, improved soul hunters," Carrot gloated. "Not only do they seek out precious soul energies, but they can also drain it away like the soul gatherers. Of course they do so in a more painful manner, but I can guess that you've already found that out." The 5 Senshi cried out in agony as their energies were being stripped away. It was then that Usagi looked up and saw a familiar, caped figure about to throw in a rose. Tuxedo. Hey, GGGGGHHHHH. Before Usagi's horrified eyes, something came up and tackled Tuxedo coming from behind. In less than a minute, their would-be rescuer was levitated to the streets below in a crystal prison. Behind Tuxedo Common's confinement cube was another soul hunter that seemed to be made of diamond. "Very good shard," Necton complimented. "Now drain him as well. He's worse than useless, but his life energy shall help us wage our master's hunger." "Not so fast." All 3 villains looked over to one side and saw Sailor Neptune, Uranus and Chiba Moon standing ready. "Now you shall. Hey, GGGGHHHHH. Before Uranus could say another word, a huge shadow suddenly appeared behind them and engulfed the 3 Senshi in a cold, black void. The shadow then reshaped itself into a huge silhouette in a humanoid form. The face was featureless, except for 2 glowing red eyes. One could hear the tortured screams of the Senshi it had just engulfed within its body. "Well done, Shadow Stalker." Halden smirked as she turned toward the Senshi who were still being held by Octoponia. "What is it with you and these OVRDRAMAGIC entrances of yours? I swear, they take more time than the battle themselves." "Yeah, don't you know that talk is cheap?" Carrot teased. "I'm sick to death of your speeches. It's a good thing that we won't have to hear them any longer." "Yes, well, their life energies will be drained within a few minutes, so I suppose this is when the so-called cavalry is to arrive," Necton said. "SILVERBOLD flash. Ah, right on time," Necton commented as Ranma's key blast shot down from above and slammed into Shadow Stalker. The sudden flare of light caused the dark creature to expel Sailor Uranus, Neptune and Chiba Moon from its depths. Of course by now, the Senshi were too weak to offer any help. From a nearby rooftop, Ranma had decided to forego the customary intro speech and focused on freeing the other Senshi. SILVERWIND strike. The blast of pressurized air hit Octoponia in the head, causing it to lose its grip on the inner Senshi. The Silver Senshi then leapt down and charged at the prison that held Tuxedo Common prisoner. Silvatory kick. Dashing at the crystal cube with her rapid dash run technique, the Silver Senshi leapt up and delivered a burning kick to break Tuxedo Common free. He too slumped to ground after having much of his life force drained. Ranma wasted no time as she backflipped and triggered the release switches to her Pokeballs. In an instant, Raven, Wildfire, Wind Rider, Razor, Sea Storm and Bruiser appeared to stand behind their master. The group was now between the weakened Senshi and their tormentors. "We have expecting you, Silver Senshi," Necton said as 3 soul hunters gathered behind him.